Dumb don't make sense. ICE has been snatching niggas up left and right. I ain't seen nobody go back home. You know when them Spanish people meet their family after all that time, they take the video and the family be happy to see them. I ain't seen one of them videos from Ecuador or Brazil, wherever they've been shipping them niggas back home. They've been chopping them niggas up and making chicken nuggets. That's why the Mexicans is gone and the Hondurans is gone. Why do you think all the taco trucks is gone? They in the damn tacos now. Ain't Abuela's tacos. It's tacos Abuela. Dumb don't make sense. ICE has been snatching niggas up left and right. I ain't seen nobody go back home.
They've been tacos, abuela.
You know when them Spanish people meet their family after all that time, they take the video and the family be happy to see them. I ain't seen one of them videos from Ecuador. What the fuck is wrong with trans people? Why does it bother you that another person wants to be themselves? We have zero problem calling Dwayne Johnson the Rock. You can call Bill Betsy. That's not the way God made you. Oh, that's not the way that you were brought in this world. Nigga, get over yourself. What the fuck are you to decide what another person can be doing? My posts never get engagement when I bring this topic up, but quite literally, black people need to quit hanging out with white folks in the South. If majority of the South, you shouldn't trust white people at all. Not on no racist rhetoric. Look at the Patriot Front. How many of those white boys are in your state? How many of those hating ass fucking white boys who too scared to show their fucking faces are walking around the state calling themselves your friend? And y'all wonder why that boy went missing on that fucking boat. Find you some fellow black friends and hang out with. I don't really report on stuff that happens with ICE anymore. Because what actually needs to be done and what most of us really want to say is going to get all of us locked up. There's nothing else that needs to be said. ICE literally murdered an innocent Hispanic man and tried to lie and say he weaponized his vehicle when he didn't. What would you like me to say?
No, the propaganda you're eating and trying to spit out at us is the problem. You take your haint ass on somewhere else.
You want to know why? Beach, have you ever had a 10-cluster seafood boil? The all the goodies, snow crab, mussels, scrambled sausage, eggs, potato, and my guy, this wasn't even America until we showed up. The true Americans are the ones who conquered and settled this land fair and square. But my guy, you have closer connections to Europe and Netanyahu than you do America. True Americans have
for Mother Earth. They don't make entire ecosystems collapse. They don't make entire species go extinct. I mean, think about it. Why do you have no sacred sites in America? Why do you have no ceremonies, no cultural ties to the land of America? Why do you think that is? Nothing fair and square about the stealing of native land in America. Over 330 ratified treaties between native nations and the U.S. government were broken. According to the United States' own constitution and standards, it's stolen land.
Damn. I should have queued up for this match while I was plugging up my phone and shit. Let's go ahead and look at some shit with they're giving back crowns. Hold on. Let me log into Wizard 101 real quick.
Y'all, Wizard 101 just made a historic announcement involving crowns. Crowns are the currency in Wizard 101. You spend real life money to buy these on the website. And if you're anyone that has played Wiz up to this point in time, you know one rule to be nearly set in stone. Once you spend crowns, you're not getting them back. Once they leave your inventory, they're gone. That is, until today. Wiz just did something I've literally never seen them do, and I've played this game for a long time now. They decided to return crowns to players affected by a recent glitch. Now, if you're someone that maybe was affected by this glitch, I thought this would be a good video for those people, but also I wanted to talk about how different this is compared to the approach that Wiz has taken in the past. So for some context, this all kind of started popping off about 6 days ago when the Barkingham update went live, and unfortunately it came out with a couple of bugs. One of them involving crowns. They put out this announcement informing the players, but basically, right, depending on which sigil you went through, some of the challenge mode variants of these sigils weren't dropping spellments properly, but way more importantly, some of the chests at the end of all of these new updated Barkingham instances that they did for the update, they weren't dropping the items that they were intended to drop. Meaning, right, you might have seen one of the previews for one of these second chance chests like this one from the Barkingham update. You could have thrown in anywhere from 200 to 300 crowns to start off and literally not gotten what you paid real life money for. Now, what is really worth noting is these Chronicle updates, right? Barkingham is a Barkingham Chronicle update, and it's the second one we've had. We've also seen the Aquila Chronicle update. They involve normally revamping all of these bosses with the new drops, and the second chance chests tend to get a little bit more expensive as a result of that. This is a screenshot of the current Aquila Tartarus second chance chest. It is hundreds and hundreds of crowns because it drops way more gear that's ever been before. This used to not be that expensive. So this weird glitch, you were looking at basically a product that got more expensive than in the past, that was giving not even what it was supposed to give. People were literally spending money on this. And if you've never opened a second chance chest, after you open it up once, it tends to go up in price by about a factor of 2, as in it doubles every time you open it until you basically wait a day and the chest resets. To have that type of mechanic on day 1 of an update involving real life money, obviously not a good thing. But here's the good news. Wiz made an announcement literally today. They are returning crowns to anybody that purchased any of these second chance chests. Now, based on this announcement and just full disclaimer, I didn't open any of these chests. I was just trying to get badges, so I didn't really interact with chests other than to look at them. But if you were to have opened these chests, you probably did get loot, but still got the crowns refunded. It's literally a win-win if you're one of the people affected by this very, very weird glitch.
True.
Now, you might have seen me talk about glitches like this on the channel in the past. If you're a long-time subscriber, you've probably seen me cry to the sky for ways to compensate players whenever weird things happen. Right, there have been times where there have been glitches that literally made it so that people couldn't play the game. There have been problems with things like the launcher. There have even been times where the servers have literally gone down and no one really got the membership that they're paying, right? As in, they're paying a certain amount of money for 30 days of access to the game. They were never compensated for that in the past. There have basically been a lot of scenarios where Wiz basically promised something that you paid for and you weren't really reimbursed when that didn't pan out. Now normally, right, let's say the servers are down for a day and you're paying membership for a month, right? Yeah, that's just one of the 30 days that were promised where the game wasn't operating great. I guess it's not that big of a deal. But this genuinely could have affected people to the tune of tens of thousands of crowns, depending on how many second chance chests they opened. It looks like if you're someone that opened these chests,
Enemies at the fire
you can log into the game,
Enemies
open up your
have returned
inventory.
right.
You should still have all
I have
the,
returned.
The incorrect loot that
Return
you
to
got,
base.
and also
I'll
the
defend
crowns you
left
spent.
lane.
I assume that's basically what they did,
Attack
which is
the
a
Phoenix.
huge W. A very, very modern approach in a game that has a gigantic lifespan. Now, y'all might have seen in this original screenshot on day one where they outlined all the issues that there was another, I guess, purchasing problem with this update, and that was the fact that let's say that you were not a membership player, you were just a crowns player, meaning you're not paying monthly, but you're buying the game zone by zone. If y'all don't know, people that don't pay membership, you do have to buy Barkingham as a zone. It's some like, you know, it's like a couple.
Okay.
Why are Reinhardt players so weird? Throughout all the years of Overwatch, one thing about Rein players has always stood out. They're so strange. Have you ever heard of Reinlarkers? They're an almost extinct breed of Reinhardt player who insist on the honor of the Rein v Rein duel. Their homes were Kingsrail, usually with a Zarya off-tank by their sides, and man, they took it so seriously. When Overwatch 2 released, there was even a subsection of these players who refused to cancel charge because they thought it was dishonorable. They would also absolutely judge you for switching off Reinhardt during the duel. And that's not even mentioning the most weird Reinhardt player of them all, Super TF. Why are Reinhardt players so...
I guess you wonder where I've been.
Doesn't sound like
Just to find a love within. I came back to let you know I got a thing for you, and I can't let go.
What about Elaine Chao? Elaine Chao flew to China and met with the vice president.
Elaine Chao is Republican Senator Mitch McConnell's wife. Now listen to what Green says about Chao.
A possible communist Chinese spy right there.
You're calling his wife a possible Chinese
Yes.
spy.
What about Elaine Chao? Elaine Chao.
That bitch was definitely a commie. Spy commie. She got hella information. And the funny thing is, the U.S. is wondering why China knows so much about Israel and how the U.S. is in bed with them and our weaponry. And Miss Chow been putting that Punani to good use. She been putting that Punani to work. Boy, that pussy talk English, Chinese, and French. Boy, that pussy talk euros, yen, and motherfucking won. You go ask Elaine Chow up in China what that pussy talk, cause she really finessed the fuck out of us. You telling me 3 days after the nigga had that heart attack and died, she dipped? She got the bread, got that head, then leaved. Peace out.
Flew to China and met with the vice president.
Elaine Chao is Republican Senator Mitch McConnell's wife. Now listen to what Green says about Chao.
A possible communist Chinese spy.
Tell me, does she know? Ooh.
I hope that Mitch McConnell is alive right now, just so that we can give him the gift of showing A, that Democrats learn how to actually wield power, maybe a lesson that Mitch McConnell could have offered us, and B, so that he could watch the U.S. Senate, you know, his prized institution, flip from red to blue, and that'll be the legacy that he leaves behind.
I have a really important question for you all, and we have to keep
Where the
asking
fuck
this
is bitch
question.
ass Mitch?
What are the Republicans covering up? It has been almost 1 month since Senator Mitch McConnell has been seen in the public eye. We have reports that he has been medically brain dead for a few days, but his wife, Elaine Chao, is currently over in China, so can't make the decision, as the next of kin, to pull the plug. Mitch McConnell's neighbors have said they have not seen anybody enter or exit his house in D.C. in almost 30 days. Obviously, something is very wrong. Nobody is denying that, but the reporting is conflicting about what is actually going on behind the scenes. A bunch of Republican operatives are now coming out and claiming that actually Mitch McConnell is fine. He's quite energetic. He's in the hospital having lengthy conversations about complex political topics. There's only one problem, is that the people reporting this are people like friend of the show, Scott Jennings. Obviously, he's not a friend of the show. He's anything but. I say that in jest. But Scott Jennings sent out this ludicrous tweet that I want to break down. And then later in the video, I'm going to bring in Brian Tyler Cohen in order to further break down.
Man, Scott Jennings finna be. He said he's had lengthy conversations about Iran, Ukraine, and unfolding situation in Maine. Scott Jennings, you telling me you've been with the man of the motherfucking hour, Mitch McConnell, who's been missing for more than a fucking month. You had a long 20-minute conversation with him and you didn't record that shit and post it to give us proof of life? That nigga's dead. He's dead as fuck. There's no ifs, ands, or but about that. That motherfucker is gone. And y'all holding him on life support hostage because y'all don't want to have a special election. Let's be fucking real. This country is full of shit. Y'all hiding that senator's death.
ESET.
What y'all think if y'all mic'd up? Y'all think Mitch McConnell dead? Or you think he's still kicking in that motherfucking hospital? Who am I going against? The Morgan? Oh, shit.
Come, friends, I will protect you.
Hold on, look at something up real quick. Set. All right, I'm back. Oh, she's in solo lane. Nice. I'm going against Giannis. That's worse.
Minions have spawned. Hi.
Back your ass up, bitch.
Watch your step.
Going for middle buff?
Stay back!
Be careful. I got 5 seconds on ability. Give it up, give it up, give it up.
Your left tower is under attack.
What the fuck causes that menu to pop up? I want that button taken off. T. That's what it is. I need to get rid of it. He took the gold and put a board on the right side of the middle lane. But Giannis did. Back your ass up, bitch. I'm not missing that stun. Where I put my ward is exactly where he put his. I just don't have a sentry.
An ally has been defeated. Feel my wrath! This could come in handy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he got me.
Has consumed you.
Damn.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness. An ally did not go gently into the night.
Giannis is missing middle.
An enemy has been slain.
Push the hair, hold that.
An ally has been slain.
Red buff. You should go steal his mana cord.
Sorry. Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, he went back to it. Fucking Morgan showed up. Never mind. Hades, it'd have been nice to get a warning.
Killing spree.
Be careful. Be careful.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness. An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
A comrade has
Best
fallen.
watch my own back.
Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Take her out.
Death becomes them. An enemy has been slain.
Loki's rotating to the right. Watch out for an ult. I heard him go invisible.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shut down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Intriguing. I got her to run away. We can kill him.
An enemy
Nice.
has been taken by the darkness.
He's still in mid. We can take right tower. Watch out for Loki.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn, he got me.
Killing spree.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I'll save this for later.
That's Giannis's ult. I'm running over there with you.
Better safe than sorry.
Silence him. Get your bitch ass out of here!
Enter night.
Sorry. And oh no, it was the Morgan. Was it the Morgan or was it the? I forget how her ult works. Does she have to be in close to them, or she could just be anybody inside the game? She got me scared. Let's be honest, he's back mid.
Your left tower is under attack.
Missing. He hasn't shown up in the lane yet.
Fury.
Never rotating that way. I'm gonna walk over there, but I won't be there as fast.
Feel my wrath!
Your middle tower is under attack.
An ally did not go gently.
Your left tower is under attack.
Killing spree.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Help! Loki ran away on my ass, but he blinded me. I couldn't see where he ran. Oh, I got my silence.
Shut down. Night
I'm
night.
sorry.
Ally. An enemy
Nice.
has been slain.
Kabrakan's here.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Morgan's here. Loki's here. He got me. Oh, I'm barely alive.
I love a good funeral, but I'd rather it not be mine.
I'd rather not be mine. I'm backing. What should I get? Let's get the. Let's go for Rod.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
I have my ult.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
We can take middle lane.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Careful with his ass. They're all in the middle. They're gonna rotate to the left lane. Get it, kill his ass, and run fast. He's hot on your ass. Got a silence for him.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Here comes Kabrakan and Jingwei. Morgan's here too.
Your
Loki's
right
on the
tower
right
is
side
under
in the middle. I got 15 on my ult. That's Jingwei's ult.
An enemy has been slain.
Hate this guy. Got a silence for his ass. Hovering right over me. I used it. I'm about to back up. Be advised, I can't tell where he's at. Kabrakan's here. Silence him. I missed my stun. I'm looking for this minion lane. Alright, running. There's Loki. Dang, you fast as fuck, girl. Back up. I got a silence. Let's see where he's gonna run to.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Kill Kabrakan too.
Stay back!
Destroyed a middle enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm back up. Back up. I want to stay in that fight. Keep running, Mookie.
Destroyed the fire giant.
We coming.
An enemy has been taken.
Nice.
Rampage. Glorious.
You didn't go down without a fight,
double
though. We can snatch Gold Fury too, since there's only 3 of them. I got my ult.
Take her out, you get back!
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Got something real quick. Get to booty. Ride of the booty. Alright, and my spear. I think I have enough. Now I'm 400 short. Let's get that. And
This could come in handy.
An ally has been consumed.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower
I'm
is
teleporting
under
mid right
attack.
now. Bracken's here, along with
You have slain an enemy.
Loki's around here somewhere.
Your left tower is under attack.
Chop on. Might try to get me. He just went invis. Silence his ass.
An enemy has been slain.
Come here, group up, group up, group up.
Your left tower is under attack.
Killing spree.
I got 30 seconds to hold. That's low.
Safe than sorry.
You have sent an enemy into the darkness. Unstoppable.
Step in through the door.
Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Shut down. Asmephestoh.
I'm gonna fight pyramids real quick. We can go fire giant, but I got 10 seconds to my ult. Come here, Kronos. Stand him out so you can get healed while we're damaging him. Never mind. I dropped that shit for none of y'all to show the fuck up. I'm not walking up on him again. I'm backing. Damn, Obsidian's 3,000 gold.
An enemy has been taken.
Morgan
by
used
the
our ult.
darkness.
She turned into Giannis.
Double kill.
Loki's around here. Not anymore.
Piece isn't complete.
I got my ult. I'll drop it on the Titan.
Enter night.
You in the way, body blocking.
Double killing spree. Killing spree.
You know, if we took the fire giant earlier, we might have had a lot of damage.
There is a reason people fear the night.
That was oh shit, nice.
Shut down. Nighty night.
Titan still tanky as shit. We gotta take out these other two towers so we can melt them. How much will I sell for? 800. Still not enough.
I'll save this for later.
Century.
Get back!
Morgan's on left, Kraken's moving around the mid.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Feel my wrath!
An enemy has been taken by the darkness. Killing spree.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
left enemy tower.
Killing spree. An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
She turned into Thanatos. My ult, I'm coming up, man. I don't think it's worth pursuing yet.
And
your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I'm out. No.
an ally has been consumed.
Stay back!
Don't do that. They're probably going for Fire Giant. They're all missing mid.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Shut down.
Nice kill.
Double kill.
Come here, bitch. Come swing on me. You bad? Do it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Death becomes them.
Honest.
Be quiet!
Killing spree.
You take the Titan on that. Girl, you body blocking me in this big ass bear form. Titan's about to respawn, I think. In 9 seconds. Alright, yeah, we're good. I Titan the Phoenix. Fight the Titan! Why are we not? Kill the Titan! Everybody shoot on that hoe!
Double. An enemy has been
It's
slain.
low-key throwing if you didn't show up, because she's literally one shot. Good job. GG. Good game.
Victory.
Oh. I forgot how fun it is to play as Isis or a set. And you know, I don't want to. I don't need the. Yup. You sit there and you look at how Isis, the Egyptian goddess of magic, was literally like her name has been sullied by the terrorist group, but it's literally funded by Israel. Israel pays and funds for their medical attention and for their fucking weapons and is lying about it. The Iranian government accused them of it back in 2016, but they are more than certain funding terrorist organizations like ISIS because ISIS hasn't called out or has never helped in the fight with Iran, especially when it comes to Hezbollah has come and helped, Hamas, it's all of these other groups that are supposed terroristic groups, but ISIS was created for the bad. ISIS was a big bad that was created to make the Middle East look terrible, to make the Middle East look bad. It was literally like, oh, look at these gun-toting Muslims. Is this what they do? Is this what they do in the name of Allah? It's y'all gotta wake the fuck up. Y'all honestly do. Y'all really do. I got another low priority queue match. I got 3 more of these hosts to do. I gotta wait 10 minutes every time I want to fucking play.
Down how Democrats can wield power.
All right, let's listen about how Mitch McConnell's been missing for all this motherfucking time. Bitch ass Mitch definitely is kicking dirt.
A post-Trump era. Make sure you drop a like, and I urge you to watch until the end of this video because it is a really good conversation.
My fruit,
and Scott Jennings, Mitch McConnell.
My fruit started growing extra big in my garden. Somebody had to die. Somebody big. It had to be Mitch McConnell, evil ass. Some evil has been lifted off this fucking planet. I started dreaming again last night. Some evil has definitely started drifting off on this fucking planet.
Have wielded power over the past few decades in such an asymmetric, cynical, and just shamelessly disingenuous manner. So we're going to break all of that down. Drop a like, watch until the end. Let's start off with what Scott Jennings said because it's rather absurd and people are now making fun of him. He said, I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked for just shy of 20 minutes about Iran, Ukraine, the unfolding situation in Maine, my visit to the TR Presidential Library, and even a little bit of Senate history. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. This tweet has 11,000 likes, but 22,000 replies, meaning people are just dogging on this guy. And it's because when's the last time we've heard Mitch McConnell say anything coherent about a war, about any issue, over the past 18 months? It's been probably about 18 months to 2 years since Mitch McConnell has made any sense on these issues. There is no way they had a 20-minute conversation spanning across multiple political topics, but then people started to make fun of him. Sarah says, I spoke with my dear friend Mitch McConnell for 20 minutes this morning, and he told me he supports universal health care, free college, raising the minimum wage, and housing for all. Then a fake parody account, this is a fake representative, he's joking around here, he said, I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked for just shy of 45 minutes. He's so sharp. This person's joking. Just like always, he let me do all the talking. He's a great listener. After that, we prayed silently for a while and had a staring contest. Just like always, he beat me. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. This person is clearly making fun of Scott Jennings, who ended his tweet with the same thing. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible, but it's just so funny. The Republicans are trying to cover this up to preserve their own power, but it's not working. Even The Hill accidentally posted an article saying, do not use, a look back at Mitch McConnell's time in the Senate. So they accidentally published an article that they had ready in case the announcement of Mitch McConnell's death does come out. To expand on this issue more, I want to bring in friend of the show, Brian Tyler Cohen, who just wrote a book called The Day After, How to Wield Power in a Post-Trump World. Watch this interview and watch until the end.
You know, this is an interesting moment with Mitch McConnell in the spotlight right now because there is no greater example of Republicans abusing power while Democrats fail to wield power than McConnell himself. Like, Mitch McConnell unilaterally changed the composition of the U.S. Supreme Court. I know that we talk about how the number 9 is sacrosanct, but Mitch McConnell changed it for almost a year from 9 justices to 8 justices. And so this is somebody who is perfectly willing to shed norms and process and institutions and you know, the filibuster, the parliamentarian, like these are people who will, this is somebody who will completely gut all of those things in deference to just figuring out how to consolidate power by any means necessary. And the asymmetry between what Mitch McConnell does and what Democrats do, which is, we'll be the party of strongly worded letters. We'll be the party that says, okay, we're going to give you this one, but next time, maybe reciprocate this goodwill. And of course, it never happens. But that asymmetry is so glaring. And look, McConnell is the perfect example of that. So I know that McConnell is in the news in a big way. There's a lot of talk about whether this guy is alive or not right now. But I think, you know what? I hope that Mitch McConnell is alive right now, just so that we can give him the gift of showing A, that Democrats learn how to actually wield power, maybe a lesson that Mitch McConnell could have offered us, and B, so that he could watch the U.S. Senate, his prized institution, flip from red to blue, and that'll be the legacy that he leaves behind.
It's beautiful. And as I pointed out earlier in this video, Scott Jennings is one of the people leading the way and saying that Mitch McConnell is still alive. Now, we don't have confirmation one way or another, but that's sort of the problem. We don't have confirmation one way or another. And
well, I gotta ask, look, nobody would know better than you. What do you think Scott Jennings' credibility is on this issue when he claims that he's had a 20-minute conversation with Mitch McConnell, somebody who the rest of the country doesn't even know is alive right now?
I think that he's the least credible operator in politics right now. I sat next to this guy on TV week after week after week while he lied about the timeline of the Iran war. He wasn't bound to any facts, reality, wasn't bound to any timeline. He would say it's about to be over 4 to 6 weeks. And throughout that, he got increasingly antsy as this war was just failing. It was failing. He has no credibility, and he will endlessly run defense for this administration. And you know what's interesting? This actually brings it back to the topic. One of my frameworks on TV is that I'm not going to let Republicans unilaterally change the rules. Scott Jennings has this style on TV. It's not a secret. He'll lean back, cross his arms, sip from a mug, and he'll demean people on the panel. He'll try to trap them, the women on the panel, he'll talk over. So I'm on TV and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not going to follow some unspoken norms if the Republican across the panel for me is going to be lying. I'm not going to let the panel just move on to the next topic if they're going to be lying. So that sort of is what caused a little bit of a spark in controversy.
And famously, he was totally okay with that, right?
Yeah, famously, he freaked the hell out, and I thought he was going to smack me for a second. Can I ask you really quickly,
yeah.
What does this look like? What does wielding power in a post-Trump world look like in particular? So say we gain power in 2026, which we will, hopefully. Does this look like more oversight committees? Does it look like Democrats being willing to bend the rules? I mean, of course, we don't want us to go off the deep end like Trump does, but we have to wield power in some way. Where do you draw that line?
So the difference between 2026 and 2028 is a little bit different, obviously, because in 2026, if we're able to gain majorities in Congress, we're still limited in terms of what we can do. There's not going to be any legislation passed, any sweeping legislation passed that Trump is going to sign into law. But I think it looks like using the levers of power in these congressional committees to actually look into the corruption that's happening at the hands of the Trump administration. This stuff all got a free pass. I mean, James Comer in the Oversight Committee is not going to look into any of this because he's in favor of all of this. So I think, as of 2026 to 2028, it looks like actually investigating some of the corruption so that people know what the Trump administration is doing with all of their resources. And obviously, from Don Jr. getting his $620 million loan, all of these short sales, where something will get traded and then 5 minutes later there's some speech. Like, this is happening on a daily basis. People are getting rich hand over fist. Donald Trump himself is gaining billions of dollars while he's in office. This needs to be investigated. And if any Democrat was doing 1/1000th of what Trump and his family are doing right now, Republicans would be apoplectic. So I think this is a pretty bipartisan issue in terms of being able to make sure that somebody doesn't get filthy rich by trading on the processes of the U.S. government. After 2028, though, if Democrats are able to gain control of the U.S. government, it looks a lot different. It looks like what we have right now is basically a process where a lot of Democrats will get into office and something flips where once they're in the Senate, they feel like they have to defend the institutions of the Senate as opposed to just seeking outcomes for their own constituents. And so it becomes a thing where we have to make sure that we're here to preserve the filibuster. We're here to make sure that the parliamentarian still has the last word. And it can't be that way. It has to be, okay, let's make sure that we deliver outcomes on healthcare. I argue for Medicare for all in this book. Let's deliver some outcomes on climate. This is an existential issue that we're all contending with right now. Voting rights, which is obviously under major attack right now at the hands of not just Trump, not just his DOJ, but even state governments, Republican governments across the country. And it looks like holding corrupt Republican officials to account for what they're doing right now. Merrick Garland's inability and unwillingness to actually hold Donald Trump to account when he was the Attorney General of the United States set the conditions for Trump to do what he's doing right now, which is to basically have this feeling that he can commit crimes with impunity. And so it's a all of government approach. It's both taking a proactive approach to delivering for people, and it's also holding people who've committed crimes to account for what they've done, because there can be no faith in government if it's just a big corrupt tin pot dictatorship like we have right now.
It's interesting because Merrick Garland was the one that got completely screwed over by Mitch McConnell, right? When Obama was trying to appoint him to the Supreme Court, nominate him, Mitch McConnell said, no, there's not enough time left in the presidency. Then when roles were reversed, McConnell allowed ACB to be nominated to the Supreme Court in the same exact way. So he should understand, but he didn't understand. He dropped the ball. I think you made a really good point about politicians not even thinking about what affects their constituents or what outcomes they can get for their constituents. They think about the institutions and the incentives at play. Is part of your vision for the party to push back on the corporate money in politics that distorts the incentives of politicians? That distortionary effect, I feel like it's a big driver of the apathy in our politics. It's a big driver of these politicians who aren't even thinking about what will help my district or my state. They're thinking about what will help my lobbyists and help me get reelected, right?
1,000%. And in fact, those conditions are going to get worse because we saw the Supreme Court hand down, I believe it was NRSC versus FEC, which basically just opens the floodgates even more to money in politics. And so long as we have just this floodgates open for money to pour into politics, we're not going to have a system where our politicians are responsive to people. Now, the flip side of that is that sentiment has really pervaded the left right now in these primaries. And you see a lot of these Democratic candidates now who are winning, running on platforms where they're expressly not willing to take money, not willing to be bought by corporate interests. And look, I think in large part, the success of Trump and his movement was that he tapped into a sense of, you know, this populist sentiment that was spreading across the country. The downside for him is that now his supporters and the country more broadly are recognizing that, like, this guy never had any intention of delivering on any of those things. He won't even sign his own housing bill. Like, the guy ran on housing. His own party delivered him a bill, and he won't actually sign it because he's so hell-bent on making sure that he can use that as a hostage to dangle in front of other Republicans to pass the Save America Act. So he has no intention
You
of
got
delivering on any of
flowers?
his promises. But now the left are starting to elect candidates that are running on the same platform, of delivering for people, of making sure that life is affordable, of not being beholden to corporate interests and outside money. And I think for a lot of those people who trusted Donald Trump and Republicans when they claimed that they were going to actually govern as populists, now those people are certainly gettable, definitely persuadable in terms of these Democratic candidates who are running on the same thing, but with an actual intention to deliver.
Yep. You know, I have one final question for you. But first of all, I just want to thank you on behalf of Mockler Media and the audience for introducing this discourse and talking about how to wield power.
Why do I always have to be the diligent worker bee?
I guess my final question is, and I'll answer after you. When you think of the corruption coming out of the attic, it doesn't have to be a singular corruption piece, but what is the most egregious thing that comes to mind as of late? Like, I know that a bunch of stuff is came to mind, but what really eats you up at night?
Yeah, you know, I think that the biggest thing is just the sheer amount of money that Trump has made on his latest financial disclosure. I think it was 927 pages. For comparison, I think Biden's was 11 pages. Trump gave like several $billion in his second term so far, and obviously there's nobody in this country other than maybe like Elon Musk or some of Trump's donors who could see him haul cash like that. And that would be bad enough unto itself. It would be bad enough to watch the president profit from the presidency to the extent that he has. But even worse is that this guy ran expressly on this idea that he was going to focus on the forgotten American. He was going to focus on the everyman. I mean, he was talking
Okay. Let's grab more.
He got so granular that he was campaigning on the cost of an egg. And now we're seeing all of the conditions that he exploited on the campaign trail not only not get fixed, but be exacerbated. Meanwhile, he's making billions of dollars. And you have situations like the E. Jean Carroll judgment, where Donald Trump owes $5 billion, and he's appealing this thing to every court, up to the Supreme Court.
Minions have spawned.
It's precautionary. This'll help.
Even if it's that a majority of his peers has determined that
I'm gonna fuck my ass up. I learned my lesson. Let's get this jungle buff.
Every supporter he has to sue his own IRS, to leverage his.
Oh, you got it. You're the support. You take the damage. What are we doing? I'm not. I'm walking away from you. Leave the fucking jungle buff there. Damn, you had one job.
Is just watch as this country gets poorer, sicker, hungrier, and he's not doing.
You picked that bitch up since you want to do damage.
Like, people aren't stupid. They can see the writing on the wall. They can see what it means to have somebody work for you, and then they can see what it means to have somebody look out for themselves. I think that's been put on full display right now. But I'm curious, what do you think is the most egregious element of corruption we've seen?
I've got a question that really bothers me too, but this guy was saying he would go off and see his housing prices to go up and not down. He said he's not even considering the pockets of Americans. This is that times 1,000. But what I really find egregious is obvious. We gave the United States
An enemy has been slain.
these very important chips that China is trying to get their hands on as well. After all of this happened, after the Binance founder helped this happen, after we gave them the chips, Trump
It's a shield. That's where the jungle buff is at. I mean, the ward.
He sold access to
Your middle tower is under attack.
Every single country around the world.
Thank you.
Security guarantees, and then when Iran actually did strike Qatar because we started a war with Iran, we didn't do shit. We didn't help them at all. So we have bullied our allies. He's returned our country to this free concept.
An ally has been consumed.
From other countries. That's what disgusts me. And like, I could sit here and go on for
This'll help.
But Lord have mercy. You know, across from these Republicans, and they try to what about Joe Biden? Or you know what's worse when they say he's been a businessman his whole life. He's stealing money out of our pockets.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Right. No, it's all perfectly put. I think, you know, you had mentioned at the top where he was asked to grade.
Your right tower is under attack.
And so all of the people who are, you know, contending with
An ally did not go gently into the night.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nothing will get fixed for those people because Donald Trump thinks that what he's doing is running the government. And so things are only going to continue to trend in the wrong direction because the only bank account he's looking at is his own.
And dude, Donald Trump has never had to worry about getting groceries himself. He's never had to worry about healthcare himself. He's never had to worry about
a comrade has fallen.
Some sort of medical debt that he can't pay off. So why would Americans expect him to then have empathy and put himself in our
Enemy
shoes
missing
and
left.
try to think about what it's
Medusa
like
and
Americans who
Cerberus.
struggles to pay off their bills?
Alright, they're back.
But you know what I think is important to note, and look, Trump is a con man. Like he is a marketer, a con man. He's had his whole don't live in a gold.
An ally has been defeated.
Anyway, Senate. Some of them go to town hall.
Killing spree.
They are helping Donald Trump.
Oh, you gotta
perpetuate
back
this
up. So
con
I can't
against
fight
the
him.
entire and so
God damn.
Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
who is conning, manipulating, and exploiting their own constituents.
Well,
it's all
we're gonna be struggling all left lane.
Fragile, and they can't handle any pushback, and that's why it's very important to have a
Killing
plan to wield
spree.
power.
Shut down.
Brian,
Nothing tastes better than honey.
together, and if you want to buy the book, check it out in the description. You can drop a like on this video. You can subscribe to both of us. We appreciate all.
Your
of you.
left
Thank you.
tower is under attack.
What? We gotta be safe around here.
Get the buff.
About all of the implications of the AI boom. You have probably seen.
An ally did not go gently into a comrade has fallen.
In the sort of era of 2006, 2007, housing
Cerberus just rotated to the middle too.
start to sniff out that there's something very deeply wrong. And the more
Not gonna get me, bitch. Cerberus came back to the left lane.
it's a very satisfying tale and satisfying book. And what's up is we're in a boom right now with AI. The amount of money that's being put into it is staggering. And I think the broad amount of that it's gonna pay off.
Time for the big reveal. Off we go.
An ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Whoa, double kill.
And in the long view of history, it's always a fine line.
Grab the honey.
Maximalist view.
Your right tower is under attack.
I wanted to spend some time reckoning with that view today with my guest, Ed Zitron. Ed is the CEO of EZPR. He's the host of the Better Offline podcast, and he writes the Where's Your Ed At newsletter on Ghost. And I would say AI there.
It's precautionary.
I think that's fair. But I really hate bad software. Like that really, I love technology. I owe my life to technology. But the current state of the tech industry sucks.
We miss a lot.
An enemy has been slain.
2008, great year, fantastic year to go to America. And yes, it's strange watching what's happening. And it feels like it's all been kind of working up to this. Because the AI bubble is a
Ally has been killing spree.
Your left tower is under attack.
Every single bubble is looked at it through the same.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
As far as collectibles go, everything's seen through like
Let's stay there because I think one of the reasons that I hear skepticism about AI from people
Unstoppable.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
tight.
Grab the honey out for the show.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Your left tower is under attack.
To just let her take it.
Clubhouse was this audio-only social network where if you talked to venture capitalists at the time, oh my god, this is the biggest thing ever. It's going to be worth gazillions.
Okay, let's grab
Your
more.
left tower is under attack.
An ally has been defeated.
Medusa's missing one.
What? Oh, we gotta be safe around here.
Go gently into the night.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Time to run.
I feel like the tech industry has kind of been LARPing for the last 10, 15 years.
They're at the Gold Fury. They got me. I thought I ulted out.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Ally has been slain. Double.
That worked. And then apps worked, and then nothing else really worked.
Your left tower is under attack.
Time for the big reveal. It's precautionary.
If the metaverse is all video games, that's just so much, but...
Off we go!
Killing spree.
Your left tower.
Glorious double
Boom!
No one could ever really explain to me the use case.
Beautiful triple kill. Rampage.
With crypto, it's like, well, can I pay for a cup of coffee with it? No, you can't really do that. Essentially,
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
This makes things more difficult.
sort of saying like, what's the use case? What's it do? No one can ever answer. I don't feel like that way with AI. Like, there are use cases. In fact, I've used it.
Rampage.
It
I
seems to me
think
like
so.
It's much clearer. Like, okay, do this doctrine. Here's the doctrine. Take a human question, but the difference is that you can at least articulate what it's for in certain circumstances, or reasons or places it might be useful, in a way that for me the metaverse never can.
So...
What? Oh, we gotta be safe around here.
Your team has destroyed a left. Your middle tower is under attack.
Anything about this will, it might, or it could, say what it does today. Because when you do that, it's not really clear what's changed. So, yes, you can use it to review documents. The results are not great, or maybe...
Enter night.
An ally has left the game. Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken.
Oh,
by the darkness.
shit!
Grab the honey.
Bitch, I thought you was a gunner. I'm sorry, I ran off on you.
The pyromancer has might seem magical. There's an amazing writer called Nick Suresh. He did a piece of music globally. I will effing pile drive you if you mention AI again. And he made the point that this is something that sense. Function when the code is bad doesn't mean it's secure.
Nothing tastes better than honey!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack middle lane.
Right. The sort of quality
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Killing spree.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nothing's gonna stop me from doing my job! Get to work!
But it also
I'll be right back.
that leads to a boom. Internet, right? It isn't the case that the internet proved not.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We can take the Pyromancer while they're running away.
Along with some other elements. Too much space for not enough game. And
Basically, sink the Pyromancer. You think we can kill it? I don't have crit build. Oh. Damn. What you got built?
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Now I'm low-key mad that fucking Zeus left. Why'd your bitch ass leave?
there were clear roadmaps, smaller Bluetooth radios,
Oh, he's 0-9. That's why.
that would lead to smartphones. No such path exists for large language models. For that example to make sense, either of those things is happening, and
Killing spree.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's annoying.
Your middle tower.
An ally has been consumed.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
My trap.
Attack middle lane.
for intelligence. No, you ask the thing to do a thing, you get a thing. Right. It's doing the functions of this whole thing.
Okay, but that's a great example because, like, a year ago, it couldn't do that. I mean, it is doing But, like, a year ago, it couldn't do that, right?
Use the web search tool. It used the tool it's had for a while. That's it. Even the flawed code things you're saying when people are spitting out websites.
It's precautionary!
Tens of thousands of website templates. This is a little bit, I won't get too in the weeds of it. They did something called a C++ compiler, and Anthropic
An ally has been defeated.
of an open source project, and it was less efficient. It was something like 10,000 times less efficient, which is crazy. And these things don't make novel ideas because if you just look at what is
Enemy missing middle!
Off we go!
An ally has been slain.
Exactly. So let's talk about the scope of the money. Basically, get a picture of how big.
I'm not gonna be able to get a full build before they take out the Titan.
Where the money's coming from, and
An ally has been defeated.
They have the ability to out-rotate us. Your pinging isn't gonna help that. That doesn't change the facts.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Time to run!
Prices there, so private equity, and specifically private credit. And actually, it's coming from Japan. So SMBC and
Off we go! This'll help!
An ally has been consumed. An ally did
Time
not
to
go
run.
gently into the night.
Why did she start hitting me?
Amazon, I think, is raising tens of billions of dollars of bonds. Google already did the same.
Defend middle lane!
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Microsoft, I think,
I tried recalling, but this fucking Fury just started attacking me. I don't even remember hitting it.
Shut down. Sleep tight. Ramp. Double kill.
Your Titan is under attack.
So, AI companies like Anthropic just came out. Krishna Rao, the chief financial officer of Anthropic, in their case against the incumbent Threads, just said that Anthropic, through March 2026, for its entire lifetime, made exceeding $5 billion. They've spent $10 billion in that period on training and inference. Inference is the creating of the output, fancy word for that. Training is this word that's meant to conjure up in your head this idea of research and development. Training in large language models can mean everything from pre-training, so feeding a bunch of information, to
Gotta read my homework
post-training,
text
which
thread.
is everything from I'm going to give you some stuff and test the outputs, to minor tweaks to stop some people's when a model that is trained on static information will eventually become irrelevant, so you can keep updating it to make sure when it's reading something it understands.
And there's
An enemy has been slain.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Because you have to kind of train the model to learn.
Exactly. You've got human trainers
Killing
who are
spree.
training models themselves, as in model gives an output and they go, that's a good one, that's a bad one. Then you've got
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
now, where do they spend that money? So this is the top layer, the AI labs. Those ones are spending it renting GPUs.
An ally did not
Usually,
go
in the case of
gently
Anthropic,
into the
held by
night.
Amazon or Google, or in the case of Amazon and Google, their own custom silicon, TPUs for Google, and Trainium and Inferentia for.
If I'm Anthropic, I got labor costs, right? I got employees, and then I have to do all the stuff that I run these models is very, very computation intensive.
Yes.
And in order to do that computation, I need physical hardware.
Yep.
The so-called GPUs, which are the chip that NVIDIA and others make, which is this sort of frontier next generation
sitting here
processor.
laughing and
right?
shit.
Yes.
And the way that it works is that on an AI rent that hardware.
So, it's crazy how much it costs as well, because you may think they want to save the inference as possible. No one's actually increasing this. It's actually quite expensive to provide a user a service. The other thing is, coding models especially, are expensive. You've got one user who might be, I don't know, 60 to 100 each one costs $100 more. You've got, and the more, what's crazy, what really makes this different to most other areas, is that your most excitable customers are the ones that cost you the most. And in all of the cases of AI labs, they're subsidizing it. Full code, crazy fact, the researcher called Shellock found this. For every $1 that someone is spending on an Anthropic subscription, when they use Claude Code, they can spend anywhere from 8 to 13.
An enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed the pirate.
An enemy has been taken.
Right, so crawling about it in every
Double killing spree.
do things where basically
Triple kill.
the back end of it is extremely computing.
Yes.
And the expense of that is renting the GPUs, the electricity, right, the storage, the server space, right, those are the basic
Google, Amazon, directly for that.
Right, so that's the relationship. I'm Amazon, and I'm paying some company that's doing all that back, right? And the cost of that thing I'm paying them for, right, is
This
like
makes things more difficult.
$13 for every $1 I'm getting in revenue. I mean,
That's it,
I
we
think
gotta get
about
down
this
to
a lot.
Fury.
I use this example in another conversation just with Google and Gemini, where if you say, what's a good Korean restaurant in Brooklyn? Google will show you a Gemini response at the top, and then like there's a Reddit thread that's like, great Korean.
What? Oh, we gotta be safe around here.
Actual resource cost of going to the Reddit thread is essentially zero.
Yeah,
It basically, but the Gemini cost is like pretty significant to go generate all that computation.
And you scroll right past and gone straight to that. Because you trust the person way more than you're going to trust one.
But so the point is, even if this thing is producing,
Your team has destroyed the gold
one of the things, one of my understandings of your main argument here is that the current.
I know they're all here.
I got to go.
Because the compute is so expensive and intensive. In order they have
Your
to
right tower is under attack.
on the consumer.
Yes, so
An enemy
really
has
simple
been
explanation.
slain.
Anthropic has two, and
Shut down.
OpenAI has two as well. Two different kinds of customers. You've got a customer. It just means connect
Your
that.
left tower is under attack.
Now,
Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken by the
$20,
dark.
$100, or $200 a month. And then you have arbitrary and profit. Say, tokens directly from Anthropic.
So these
Your left
subscriptions
defense is under attack.
massive to get
But it doesn't really feel like I don't think anybody that's paying $100 a month will go, yeah, I'll pay $3,000, that sounds great. I don't think that'll happen. And what it is an attempt to graft the previous business models and use the previous growth, which is the enchitification with the cheap monthly fee that they can then rise, and then they'll find ways of undercutting you.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, right? So this idea of you subsidize users on the front end, you sort of lose money on every customer. You get enough market share that you could then get
Your
price
right
power
tower
increase.
is under attack.
This is famously what Amazon used, which lost money on every customer and every book it sold for a shockingly long period of time, and achieved pricing power. And it's also Uber's another example, right? Where people remember this time when Uber came about, where you could take an Uber I remember
like $5.
Yeah, I remember landing in cities when I was doing like business travel. I mean, because New York, it was always like it was relatively expensive, but still pretty cheap. But then sometimes you'd land somewhere and be like a $6 ride from the airport to the hotel. You think to yourself, wait, this doesn't make any sense to me. This can't possibly be the case that anyone's making money out of it.
But that
An enemy has been slain.
It is like every It's economies and the economy. Which is a lot of money. Arguably one of the most time. Though this isn't just a for inflation, in 11 years, I think
double.
You're saying the scale of the subsidy here is just way bigger than those previous ones.
And the burn, yes, and the underlying infrastructure.
So if we're talking about the front-end model makers, right? That they're subsidized, you know, even in this profit, $5 billion revenue, $10 billion in expenses. Obviously, that's not profitable.
And that's just the compute.
That's just the compute. So then there's the hyperscalers, right? Which are the physical owners of that are built. The ones that are building, right?
In some cases, independent ones now.
That are building data centers
in the home perhaps that doesn't exist. And people like who are just things called neo-cloud. They just are warehouses for GPUs.
And did they? So let's say I'm one of those data centers. This relationship.
Yes. So some of them do. Some of them. It gets even more complex. We don't need to go into it. There are people who build data centers and then sell the stuff. But nevertheless, that's actually kind of the problem. When you look at who's paying for AI compute, and you actually really go and look at like who's paying the money, there are really only two kinds of customers: Anthropic and OpenAI, or hyperscalers. Meta, NVIDIA.
It's
NVIDIA
precautionary.
has agreed to spend in the next 5 years $26 billion in AI compute deals. And I don't think it's a good sign that the shovel seller is
The
also
enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Wait, take a second because it's going too fast. So you got So this is why. So NVIDIA buying compute is weird for this reason. I just want to walk people through this.
Real simple. Yeah, go on.
They make the chip, right? The chip is the thing you sell to the person that's going to say set up a data center, right?
Yep.
So in the ideal world, I'm in NVIDIA. I sell a chip to the data center. The data center buys it from me, and then the data center sells its compute or rents it to one of the models, right? If you're selling the chip, why would you want to be also buying the power of the data center? And NVIDIA,
Your team has destroyed the fire tower. The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your left
meaning
is
they're
under
going to be
attack.
buying their own
Your
product,
middle team is under
Yes, they're
attack.
feeding money to themselves.
Right. So here's the money to data centers. You can buy it by the chips, which is a little bit like, it seems a little bit like you're just paying yourself for something.
So I'll give you
Your team destroyed a middle enemy tower.
AI compute company. They're a public company.
Middle enemy
for OpenAI. I'm not kidding you. Google is renting compute from CoreWeave to rent to OpenAI.
Oh wow! So there are people that are doing compute middlemen where they rent and then they rent it out to someone else.
And I don't want to get too deep into it, so we'll be here forever. But there are also co-location companies who build data centers to rent to CoreWeave to rent to someone else. It's really bad when you actually look at the non-hyperscaler or OpenAI compute. There's less than $1 billion of revenue on $178.5 billion of data center credit deals done in 2024.
Wait, say that again. There's who has less than $1 billion of revenue?
Everyone, as far as people paying to rent GPUs. Remove all the hyperscalers.
Right.
Less than $1 billion of revenue.
So doesn't that just mean
An enemy has been taken.
He's also earning so much money they need to constantly raise billions of dollars.
As they just did.
At some point, you've got to wonder if it's just the same billions being cycled again and again, and maybe making a profit other than Nvidia.
Okay, so there is one thing that people are genuinely making, which is, I admit you the example.
An enemy has been slain.
$4, right? Nvidia makes a chip, X dollars, sell it to someone for 2X or X plus Y. They are definitely making money.
Yeah, the panini press guy, the panini press maker.
Yeah,
they are making the money with the sandwich of $1 that becomes then terribly off.
Right, so they're definitely making a profit. What you're identifying,
an enemy has been selling
are not making.
Double kill.
So Nvidia can make a booking shop. That's in our their stock has gone up hugely because of that. Yes. What you're saying is the people they're selling to are not.
Yo, Gene, can you hear me?
At a certain point, they can't keep buying. If
Yeah,
they're not making
you gonna shit talk?
Yes.
And then
Nah, bro. Like next time, it's all good. We will have one more chance, I think, before they can end. But just all in with us on the Titan. Even if we die, I mean, it's just a 50-50 at this point.
The music ends, and people go diving for the chairs because if the models aren't profitable, then they don't need the data centers, and if the data centers aren't profitable, then no one needs the chips, and the whole thing collapses.
There's also one abstraction that makes things a little worse, which is when I say there's less than $1 billion
right
last
tower
year
is under
AI
attack.
compute
Your
revenue
middle
outside of the
Phoenix is under
hyperscalers.
attack.
What I mean by that is it doesn't suggest there's actually much revenue potential
Your middle Phoenix
in
has
renting
been
an
destroyed.
AI data center. 178. Bloomberg reported this end of last year. $178.5 billion.
Your right tower is under attack.
Were done in America alone last year. May even be more. That's a lot higher than less than $1 billion. The other thing is, all of these data center debt deals are basically owned by new companies. So all of the debt and the credit.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I can find a warehouse, get a bunch of GPUs, find electricity source, make a data center. They're entering the market and they're pulling debt with the idea that when this one takes off, they're going to have a steady diet of customers. They can sell the compute because compute demand
is under attack.
Enemy.
And they will be able to pay again that they raised from private credit.
Your left is under attack.
Double
right. So the way that your understanding of the sort of vector that this gets into it's a larger financial.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
You know, there's a lot. Basically, your contention.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Is that there's a ton of bad debt floating around.
Yes, and also this is all happening in a historic downturn in venture capital and in private equity. Since 2018, venture capital has failed to, on average, there are still some success stories, of course, to have a TVPI, total value put in, of higher than 0.8 to 1.2. Sounds complex, it just means for every dollar you invest, you get somewhere between 8 and 10. That's not very good. That's actually private equity, which is private equity having trouble selling their company.
Your team destroyed the fire
And software there where private equity bought a massive crap ton of software companies. 30 to 40% of their policy of private equity in 2018 was software. Which means the private equity and after that, of course, well, we had the 2020 and venture capital sitting at this time with a bunch of stuff they can't sell, which means they themselves might have debt. This is happening at a time
your Titan is under attack.
Infrastructure behind it, referring to AI, more money than it's ever needed ever.
That's so there's two parts of this. One is keep about
enemy Phoenix Your Titan is under attack.
To build something out in the future that isn't profitable now, but do that all the time.
That's kind of
That's very good. That's the big one. So that's the money. One is right now.
Your Titan is under attack.
But that might be a really good thing if that's true.
Victory
For Claude or OpenAI. But if that were true, it's going to be a bad thing for all the data centers and the GPUs, right? Like the principle right now is you need a lot of computing power. The computing power is being populated with these huge physical infrastructures and enormous amounts of investment. But maybe we'll figure out a way. There's some evidence that, one Chinese model has done this, that you don't need all that computer power, and you can still get the same results. Even though that would seem like a great innovation at some level, if that were true, it means that all of that physical infrastructure is no longer needed or valuable, right?
So we can get back to the fact that it isn't getting cheaper. What DeepSeek did was they trained cheaper, but the cost of inference is still going up because even if the model is cheap.
What do you mean by the cost of inference?
So the cost of inference is when the amount of money that it costs to create an output. So you will see that some models have got cheaper. People conflate that with the companies themselves finding a cheaper way of doing this. They've never said that. They've just brought the price down. They can afford it when they can raise $5, $10, $30 billion at a time, like Anthropic just did. What DeepSeek did was they were able to train a model for cheaper.
Right. That's the Chinese company that sort of shocked people, and there was this big hit that happened to the market because of it.
Yes.
They were able to sort of shortcut this process.
Yes, because they couldn't access the latest chips. But putting all that aside, the other problem is the pre-training, which when you shove all the data in, stopped having the same results. We kind of hit the diminishing returns point. So their only way to make these models do more was to burn more tokens. So even if a model cost comes down, you're using more tokens to do the same thing, you're spending more money as a user. We don't know what it costs them, they're all unprofitable. But to your point, you're completely right about these data centers. They also have another problem, which is, it takes about 2 years, 3 years to build an AI data center. NVIDIA is selling new chips every year.
This seems like a big problem, a depreciation problem, right?
Well, the depreciation problem is one, in that they burn out in 3 to 6 years. We don't really know yet, but I've heard crazy failure rates
You
of
have
10 to
slain
20%
an enemy.
a year, but we truly don't know that. It's both the depreciation problem and the fact that, let's take Blackwell. Released kind of in 2024, but really in 2025. We still have data centers being built on Stargate Abilene out of Texas for OpenAI and Oracle that are using Blackwell GPUs that by the time that bloody thing's built, which will be 2027, they will be 2 to 3 years old.
Right.
You will have an entire data center full of obsolete GPUs, and all of the GPU data centers being built last year are going to be Blackwell. So you have just
Blackwell's what
it's the current gen. The new gen is Vera Rubin.
Right.
This is just the GPUs.
You've got NVIDIA's.
Yes. Sorry.
We're absolutely fricked. The CPU shortage is coming, and it's going to be brutal. The signs have been there that every part of the PC ecosystem is going to be subjected to the cowbell treatment. That is, there's not enough of it. Sorry, that's a joke for your parents. But the folks at the top of the computer food chain are sounding the alarm that the RAM shortage is going to look like child's play compared to what we're about to see from the lack of processors. We're still in the early stages where the shifts are happening at the source. That is, AMD and Intel are choosing to make more of their server chips like Xeons and Epics, and that means that there will be fewer consumer CPUs to go around. Shipments right now are mostly unaffected, but it's only a matter of time. We're already seeing in certain regions that they're getting the price jumps. In Japan, AMD's Ryzen parts are now going for over 50% more than they were just a bit ago. And if you've been waiting to build or buy a computer, there are no signs that waiting is a good idea at this point. We're absolutely fricked. The CPU shortage is coming, and it's going to be brutal. The signs have been there that every part of the PC ecosystem is going to be subjected to the cowbell treatment. That is, there's not enough of it. Sorry, that's a joke for your parents. But the folks at the top of the computer food chain are sounding the
Less than 1% of Jamaica's coastline is open to the public, but now the country's ocean is on its way to being privatised as well. The Jamaican government is pushing a new beach access policy to replace a 1956 colonial law that has locked Jamaicans out of their own beaches by giving ownership to the British Crown. But instead of restoring public rights, the new policy, if it becomes law, could make it even easier to control and restrict access to the coast. There are lots of things that this policy is trying to push through, but here are 5 key things that restrict Jamaicans' rights. Firstly, it allows the government to sell beaches. Secondly, it encourages hotels to set up a beach pass system. This means foreign-owned resorts can legally charge Jamaican families a fee just to step onto the sand. Thirdly, in the new policy, beach access is not a fundamental right for all members of the public, but rather a conditional privilege granted by beach licensees, who can restrict people based on how they dress or behave.
5 policemen and one with a big old rifle.
What did they say?
They said we cannot come and swim here.
Fourthly, the law allows exclusive licenses for overwater bungalows. This legally transforms the open ocean into private commercial property. And finally, privately owned lands are exempted from providing public access pathways to the beach. This allows mega resorts to block off the coastline entirely, leaving local communities totally landlocked. The ultimate test case is Sandals Montego Bay. They want to build 28 new luxury suites with 18 overwater bungalows floating directly on the sea. You can see here how the development sits directly on top of a local fishing boat channel. So now fishermen, who've been fishing for generations, could now be forced into shallow, rocky areas or rough open seas just to get to the ocean and do their job. And after major community backlash, Sandals offered a compromise. Their plans reveal a tiny new public area with 6 parking spaces and a beach space next to a drainage canal. Also just want to add in here that the Sandals exec chairman, Adam Stewart, was appointed by the Jamaican Prime Minister as Special Envoy for Tourism. The activist group Jabem's fighting in court, demanding the policy's complete withdrawal. Their message is simple: if you have to be
Somebody, oh, this DMB mix is actually really good. It's got the mess. I don't know what the message says. It's long as fuck, but it's somebody put. I'm not Jewish, but I thought the pic was cool. This is the picture, bitch. I'm afraid to tell you, the star that Israel uses does not belong to Jewish people. That's the Star of David wasn't founded by David. They didn't make that shit up. That's divine geometry. That motherfucking message came from the creator. not no Jewish person. Y'all need to get that shit correct. Geometry don't belong to not one person. Pythagoras is going to chase that man down and beat him with a club because you're lying. You lying on that star's name. I forget the name of the actual shape. Geometry was not promised to them 3,000 years ago. Who had the worst death in Cyberpunk 20? Who had the worst death in Cyberpunk Edge Runners? I'd say Rebecca. Rebecca got literally smashed by Adam Smasher. She literally got stomped the fuck out like a bug. She got squished. That's fucked up to say, but that's literally what happened. I cried. Not even from her shooting that fucking shotgun and Adam Smasher slamming the fuck down on her. I started tearing at that very moment. And the tears did not stop after that. It was literally just death after death after death. There's power grid lockdowns right now. That sounds alarming. All right, let's start up another queue. I gotta wait 10 minutes anyways. Let's do. I'm thinking, do I want to do the power grid or? Crumble is trying to kill us. Who's eating Crumble cookie? I mean, I just did a Crumble order, a DoorDash pickup for Crumble. And yeah, bitch, any of y'all eating that shit, y'all finna blow the fuck up. Like, that's crazy to be eating that. That's bitch, that's gross. That's grody.
If I'm going to get type 2 diabetes, it's going to be in a dignified manner. I would subject my poor pancreas to the 12 labors of Hercules, eating like an ancient Babylonian king, gorging myself on fattened lamb roasted whole, dates soaked in honey and cinnamon. If my heart is going to finally file a
soaked in honey and cinnamon, bitch, that is
assist against me, it better be mafia boss style. It happens while I'm aggressively eating gabagool in my night robe, a silk one in my case because I have more taste than Tony Soprano. I'm gonna face plant in a bowl of chicken parm, homemade by my portly arthritic grandmother. She's the only one in the family who's gonna see the light of heaven. I'm sipping on a fruity little drink, unfiltered Chinese cigarette in the other hand, surrounded by my jovial friends / accomplices after a long day of Olympic level fraud. That's how you meet your maker like a real American. Happy 4th of July. Unfortunately for us common folk, it's more likely that we'll just stroke out in a leased Hyundai, choking on a chalupa, ignoring all the calls from our family. Last thing that you see before it all goes dark is the blinking, low battery light on your jewel pen. Succumbing to one's indulgences isn't even fun anymore.
I don't use a jewel. Even vaping. I don't vape. Vaping out that shit is gross.
The Mormon-assisted suicide program known as Crumble Cookie has released a line of dirty sodas that have caused a stir amongst the masses. Yes, I am holding a marker, okay? And I'm gonna use it to punctuate. It's not a stim exactly. It's just, I don't have the tism. I have something else. I'm not gonna get tested, okay? For those who are unaware, Crumble is an American bakery chain that was founded in 2017 by cousins Jason McGowan and Sawyer Hemsley in the good old.
There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that
Gaza continues, and Israel maintains that eliminating Hamas remains essential to its security. What, if any, is the role of the United States in trying to resolve this long-standing impasse? 60 seconds, sir.
Well, I'll tell you this. For a long time, every president has said that they believe in a two-state solution. The problem, of course, is that our policy has been to subsidize the Israeli military to the tune of billions of your tax dollars every single year. And their goal is to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. I believe in international law. I believe we have to hold every country to international law, which means to me that we need to stop funding the Israeli military in unilateral blank checks. That also includes Egypt, that includes Saudi Arabia. I also believe that we cannot continue to sell weapons to a country that is doing human rights abuses, genocide, and apartheid. I also believe that we need to stop running cover for what has become a rogue state that is now trying to annex southern Lebanon. And I also believe that your money needs to be spent here, because at the end of the day, the ultimate losers are you and me, the taxpayers who paid that money to provide giveaways to the AI industry. You have your option in this race.
His response should be, there are AI data centers everywhere, and we have no control over it. People are terrified.
We can't look at the middle class here in Michigan and force them to keep paying. People can't pay their bills right now.
She's got nothing, so I think this is going to be reduced to Abdullah's Muslim. By the time we get to August, it's just going to be Abdullah has the darkest beard. His name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed.
Social Security is a top issue for many Michiganders. This next question is from Mark Luxford. As a senior, Social Security is a very important issue to me. What is your opinion of the proposal to guarantee adequate funding for this critically important program by raising, or better yet, eliminating the income cap for the FICA tax that funds Social Security?
What a gimme. I feel like I'm listening to Sam Cedar.
Well, I fully endorse that proposal of eliminating the FICA cap and making sure that folks are paying their fair share.
Does she
right
keep
now
banging on the desk, or is it the way she's like breathing into the mic? Why does it sound like
our
that?
Social Security trust fund and force the middle class to pay for the crisis that we are going to be in. We can fix this. I have also stood up to Donald Trump today and said, rehire the social security workers that you have fired, because my constituents, they're on the phone trying to get access to their disability benefit, their retirement benefit, and no one's picking up. And again, these are programs that folks have paid into. I believe in it. Mike Rogers, Donald Trump, they're going to sell us down the Potomac River.
60 seconds.
I've talked to so many seniors who are struggling. They're struggling because they paid their home off 30 years ago, but the property tax is getting too high. Their premium on their Medicare is unaffordable, and their Social Security just doesn't cut it. And they're worried they might lose that Social Security.
Say yes.
So yes, absolutely, we have to lift the cap. It would make Social Security sustainable. But we've got to go further. I think we need to be eliminating the premiums, the copays, and the deductibles on Medicare. And we need to make Medicare fully sustainable by extending it to everybody. Medicare for all would do exactly that. On top of that, I think we need to be freezing property tax for seniors. If you paid off your home, at some point, we can't expect you to keep up with property taxes that are going up. Now, how do we pay for that? Well, again, if we tax billionaires their wealth, if we were to invest in the Department of Education,
he's going to win every old person's vote.
There are a lot of opportunities for us to lift the burden off of seniors who've done their job. They've worked extra hard. They deserve a dignified retirement, and we've got to be thinking about how to offer them that.
Congressman, 30 seconds.
They are bankrupting the Social Security Trust Fund. It is unconscionable and wrong, and Michigan is going to have a choice about who it sends to the United States Senate to do something, who's got the vision long-term for a 6-year term to tackle a tough issue, and that is what I've done over and over again. I have a plan for Social Security, a plan to be able to work across the aisle if need be, and most importantly, stand up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment.
30 seconds.
Look, I'm here to serve you. I'm somebody who worked in the bowels of city and county government. Those are the kind of jobs where you can't dodge tough issues. You got to show up Monday through Friday and Saturday and Sunday too. You've got to make sure people get the services that they need and deserve. And I know in places like DC, they look down on people who work in local government. But I also think that we need that viewpoint.
Good neutralization.
We also need the viewpoint of a doctor, somebody who understands what it's like to make sure that you look people in the eye and deliver for them. And I think we haven't had that viewpoint, frankly, in a Democrat since 1969. I aim to offer that.
This is going to be our final question. We're going to limit this answer to 45 seconds. There will be a rebuttal, but 45 seconds on the main question. The current economic tensions with China have created concerns that range from cheap electric vehicles being flooded into some international markets to military concerns over the buildup of China's armed forces and the dependence of our own military on Chinese goods and services. Should we be working to lessen our dependence on China, and how should we deal with a major competitor as well as
a tough one.
45 seconds.
My dad moved to this country to learn to make cars, and he believed in this place. He immigrated from Egypt, the place where that was not possible. And he chose to come here because this was a place where innovation, ingenuity, those were unleashed. We had the mighty UAW who was empowered to make the cars my dad would design. The challenge, of course, is that corporatism has gotten in the way. I remember when my dad came home in 1996 and said, a company that's more interested in finance than it is in engineering is not going to be a car company very long. Fast forward 2008, there we were. I think we need to make sure our corporations think long-term. I think we need to make sure that we are using trade as an effective way to empower and protect our manufacturing capacity. And then I think we need to unleash ingenuity by investing in research and development.
Is a property tax rate, you think, a socialist policy? No, it's not. It's good sloppyism.
Well, to every engineer watching tonight, I know how a CNC machine works and a robotic welder. I am Michigan's manufacturing geek, and nothing is motivating me more than standing for our manufacturing sector and our jobs, and that means taking on China. Look, I've got the bill. One I also did with Senator Slotkin. No Chinese Cars Act. We have to stop these guys from coming in to our market, lowering costs up the wazoo that only feeds their Communist Party. That's not correct. That's not going to work for us in Michigan. We can build affordable cars.
You're running for Senate in Michigan. You're going to say, I will burn a BYD if I see one in my neighborhood. You know what I mean?
There's a reason that the UAW has endorsed me in this race. And they endorsed me in this race because I understand that the biggest challenge we have right now, the thing that is throttling our ingenuity, is the fact that our corporations are a lot more interested in a quarterly bottom line than they are in the long-term sustainability of of manufacturing. I think we need to think differently. That means standing up to Wall Street, not taking their money to run your campaigns. And at the end of the day, the reason I believe in money out of politics, then money in your pocket and Medicare for all, is because as long as we're taking money from those corporations, we are not going to regulate them.
I have taken on Vladimir Putin when he stole my constituent, Paul Whelan, and held him in a Russian prison for 5.5 years. I am taking on China now and standing up for our jobs and not letting them flood our markets through the north or the south. The technology cannot come in here. This is about our way of life in Michigan.
Look how she came alive when it comes to American posturing against foreign adversaries. Terrifying.
The lawmaking table.
Like, she's even more electric here than when she talks about CNC machines.
60 seconds with
That's the establishment Democrat difference. Like, I will send a nuke to the three gorgeous DM.
Without the opportunity to be born here, I saw that firsthand in summers in Egypt. I know what America can do for somebody. I also knew that 15 miles away, there were kids who never got that same opportunity. We have to build an America that can be what it was for me, for all of her kids. And that means we've got to take on the ways that corporate greed have gotten in the way. We need to stand with working people, stand with unions. We need to take on oligopolies and billionaires. We need to guarantee health care through Medicare for all. Across my time touring this state.
Yeah, but how will you combat Vladimir Putin and communist party in China?
People say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay your rent. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world. And that means we've got to build a movement of people to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. I hope that you join us in building that movement. It's the many versus the money.
Oh, I love her so much.
I am fed up and fired up. I am fed up with Michiganders getting screwed over by bad policies that are coming down from the Trump administration that do not understand the first thing about us and that are raising our costs and impacting our way of life and coming for our jobs. I am fired up, though, to be your next U.S. Senator. I am fired up to lead for us on day one and when it matters and to be in this fight alongside you and your families. All 83 counties in this incredible state of ours, the largest state geographically east of the Mississippi, deserves its workhorse. And that is me. That is why I am on this campaign trail, listening to you, hearing you, and leading in that order. That is my ethos. That is why I am running. Let's go beat Mike Rogers, send him back to Florida a second time, and make sure that Michigan shines at the lawmaking table.
Candidates, thank you both for being here. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to do it. I know you know how much I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I say it publicly to both of you. I want to thank Amber and all of my colleagues here at Wood TV.
This guy's my favorite moderator. What a go.
Great job and helping us from the get-go. To all of our partners around the state that are carrying this debate tonight. And
yeah, Hassan Abu Piker broadcast carrying the debate
on the ground and helping us. A reminder to join us back here.
Dude, this was one of the best moderators I've ever, like, they were so issue specific, nothing stupid, you know what I mean? Yeah, Abdul stomped. After this, candidates go to the spin room for interviews. The spin room! Oh, nice! I want to ask Abdul about Vladimir Putin. Oh, that was so sick. I'll be honest, like I said, she's very, she has a quality about her that I really appreciate. If she wasn't such a corporate stooge, if she wasn't, you know, Madam Israel comes to me in my dreams, I would grow a liking to her. It's just, why? She's annoying as I don't get what you see in her. She's like a character. Like, if you didn't know anything about her, if you didn't know who backs her, if you didn't know anything about her, you'd probably find her to be like a comic book character. She's Bobby Hill. She's basically female Bobby Hill. What the f do you mean? All right, let's see what they say in the spin room.
State, but the nation. Let's begin with our friend over here, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. Welcome to West Michigan tonight.
Honored to be here. Thank you.
This was the second debate that you've enjoyed this campaign season. Talk about your closing argument here in the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, look, we have an opportunity to build a movement of the people, by the people, for the people, as government was supposed to be, to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for All. I'm proud to have earned the endorsements of everybody from Bernie Sanders to the UAW to the National Nurses United to the American Federation of Teachers. Working people coming together in a movement. Now, look, we're being outspent 30-1. You've probably seen the attack ads. That is unbecoming of our politics. It's a cynical way of doing politics. I'm not asking AIPAC to fund my campaign so that I'd be a reliable vote to send your tax dollars somewhere else when they need to be used here. I'm not asking corporations to give me their money so that I can turn around and do them a favor. I'm asking everyday Michiganders to give me their vote, their voice, so that I can show up and work for them and fight for them to finally get this cynical corporate money out of our politics so we can get along to standing with unions, taxing billionaires their wealth, rebuilding our schools and our infrastructure, and guaranteeing health care through Medicare for All.
16 years ago in this country, if you were a woman and you wanted to buy individual coverage, you would pay more than a man the same age. If you had something wrong with you, some health condition, an individual market plan could charge you more or say, we're not going to insure that part of your body. So, yes, I know. So crazy, right?
On this episode of The Checkup, we're joined by Chiquita Brooks LaShore, the powerhouse who ran the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services before passing the baton to Dr. Oz. As CMS administrator, the job is literally to manage the $1.7 trillion program that funds Medicare, Medicaid, and the ACA marketplaces. These make up the largest portion of healthcare coverage in America. I thought, given the confusion surrounding our insurance industry, it would be great to get an expert in who can teach us the basics and tell us the truth about what makes the system so broken and hopefully how to make it better. I admit the beginning of this conversation can feel a bit overwhelming with all the different partitions behind Medicare, but I urge you to push through as we get into some truly eye-opening discussions about the cuts facing America's healthcare system, surprise billing loopholes, and why that some patients with insurance sometimes pay more for medication than those without. Please welcome Chiquita Brooks LaShore to the Checkup Podcast. Let's talk about the sexiest subject that exists in healthcare: insurance. I think most people just literally let out a sigh.
Yes.
And I understand why they feel that way. I understand why they feel that way because I'm a doctor and I see the struggles my patients have. I see my billing department and how they struggle to try and get care covered for our patients. And I also have seen it from the small business side for trying to get insurance for my employees. It's complicated. So I'm hoping that today we can start structuring this in a way where, by listening to the conversation, at least we'll have a better grasp of what insurance is, what we can expect, how the government plays a role, how CMS plays a role in it. Where would be a good place to start? Like, let's zoom out as much as possible and talk about what is the United States system of health insurance.
So we in this country have a very fragmented health care system. We have many people
Take a look at that line right there. You see that? Not speculative. Sea surface temperature anomalies from the 1st to the 29th of June.
Girl, the doomsday clock is ticking. It's actually done ticking.
We have more grim stuff to talk about. Largest U.S. power grid, PJM, escalates emergency actions to avoid blackouts. We basically haven't added any power production to the grid in decades because why would we build a country? Who cares? And as a consequence now, largest U.S. power grid operator, PJM, said on Friday, said it was under a federal alert to cut electricity consumption across its territory as it battled generator outages, massive overloading on its transmission lines, and a surge in air conditioning use. Our grids are just going to straight up fail. At least that's the direction that we're heading in. I saw Mamdani get like mega giga ratioed on Twitter because he said, make sure to keep your your air conditioner set to this. We need to not overstrain the grid. And all the conservatives were like, I'm going to set my AC to 42 degrees. 6-7, ha. The federal government also jumped down his throat for this, which was particularly funny because Mamdani was just repeating federal government guidelines, and in response to the federal government finding that out, they deleted it.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing. They criticized Mamdani for telling people to reduce it to 70 or increase your ACs to 78 degrees. I got mine at 78. I'm in Texas. It gets way hotter here than anywhere else. And you will feel the difference of 78 degrees and 112 degrees outside. And it was also the federal regulation. That's the federal lowest temperature to have when dealing with an energy crisis. And in response to him and his team revealing that, they deleted the fucking page. What? Y'all don't see how fucking corrupt that is? On just a little shit, you niggas gotta lie about air conditioning temperatures. You have to lie about air conditioning temperatures to not look. Oh, bitch. We're doomed. Y'all are, this is just flagrant.
In the past hour, the Trump administration has deleted their webpage that recommended setting thermostats to between 75 to 78 during heat waves and 85 if you're not home after the GOP learned Mamdani was urging New Yorkers to follow White House guidance. And here's the page now. Ruled by literal devils? Yeah, it's over. I'm sorry. I know it's trite. I know it's a little... I know. But it's still true. Still true. Sorry. Nikki Haley tweet, look at the comments. Yeah, I saw this one. Nikki Haley was dogging on Mamdani for saying this. But Nikki Haley had made the exact same announcement back in 2015. If we're to apply this in a Marxist context, the propagandists have drank their own bathwater. Wait, their own bathwater? I think I might be mixing metaphors a little bit. I'm sorry. They've drank their own Kool-Aid. They something thrown out with the bathwater, gamer girl bathwater. My mind's in the gutter right now. Clearly, they've drank their own Kool-Aid. Is what I was meaning to say.
E-set.
You do that after I locked in a dog. Can I back out? Actually, no, I can't. You gotta pick a jungler. I'm not gonna play ISIS jungle.
I was just flying past and thought I'd drop by.
Like I
Minions
said,
have
I locked
spawned.
my god in before you sent me that switch request. Get your funky ass in the jungle. Or else we're gonna be competing for middle lane till this match ends. You're the last person to choose. You can read the writing on the wall and saw that I did not mean to accept that. I even told you while we were waiting in the match.
I'd best watch my own back. Stay back!
Your left tower is under attack.
There's Zhao's in the left jungle.
First blood. Light begins to fade.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
I'm gonna tell you, the jungler that we had quit the game after I told him I wasn't finna swap with his ass. The bitch snuck me.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Better safe than sorry.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been taken by the darkness. Killing spree. Glorious double kill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Dodge this! Come my back off! Feel my wrath! Come my doves!
I got ninja outlets.
Shadows. An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Been slain. You can finally sleep.
Your middle tower is under attack.
An ally has been consumed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Take a rest! Back off!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enter night.
Your right tower is under attack.
Best watch my own back.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Better safe than sorry.
is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
Be quiet! You're going nowhere!
An enemy has been slain.
Y'all twinning? Yeah, both at the same time.
Killing spree.
I heard that whistle, I knew it was over.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower
Just
is under
place
attack.
a small booby trap right here.
I don't know
Your
why I
middle
get
tower
matched up
has
with the
been
never
destroyed.
surrender crowd. I hate wasting my time in matches with leaders. Do better. Okay.
Stay back!
Killing spree.
I'm not playing a carry this
Flying
round,
back.
so it's not much I could do getting ulted on by an Apollo, but okay.
A comrade swallowed. Glorious double
got
kill. Shut down.
Two
So
ADC
tight.
heroes and an actual support. I'm just making sense of the match. Even if we get to end game, they got critical. It's gonna be a lot
The
worse.
Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I will protect you!
An ally.
Coming with me! The realms I love a good funeral. I'd
Yep,
rather it not
maybe.
be mine.
Killing spree.
Nice.
Come, my doves. You're
An
going
ally
nowhere.
did not go
Back
gently
off.
into the night.
Get away. Bring it on.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness. Darkness has consumed me.
Take cover.
An enemy has been slain. Exit light. Enter night.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
You deserve that.
An enemy has been taken by the darkness.
I'll give her 2 times. She whooped my ass.
Stay back.
The other 3 deaths were from ganks. But we could have been out this match by now. Instead, I'm wasting 17 minutes of my life here on a match we're gonna lose.
What's this?
An ally has been defeated.
I feel my power growing.
Double. Killing spree.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
To its blow.
Got 1? Oh. I don't really watch the
Your
scoreboard
left
like
tower
that.
is under attack.
It has a lot more to do with strategy more
Your
than
right tower
getting
is
kills on
under
a board,
attack.
especially with a game like Smite.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, woohoo, you get more kills because you can disarm. Okay. Against a hunter. Silence.
Send an enemy into the darkness.
Your end comes swiftly.
enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been taken by the dark. An enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Better safe than sorry.
team has destroyed the gold. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
Your end comes swiftly.
An enemy has been slain.
Your titan is under attack.
Gee. Did we die? We were 4 and 5. Kill yourself. You're fucking stupid. All right, this is the last one. Catastrophizing.
Why don't we have these in the US? This is a traditional bakery in Istanbul, and they sell cake right over the counter by weight. In American coffee chains, you get a tiny pre-cut slice wrapped in plastic for $7. But here, you choose exactly how big of a slice you want, and they cut it to size right in front of you. The baker cuts your custom brick, scoops it with a wide metal spatula, and flips it straight into a box. You pay for the exact weight you get, leaving you with a fresh, heavy dessert instead of a tiny factory portion. Why don't we have these in the US? This is a
You've got this 37-story Manhattan skyscraper currently actively shifting and on the verge of collapsing. It's led to officials locking down the area, evacuating a school, and attempting to avoid a total collapse and disaster. And as far as what we know, just around 8 a.m., first responders rushed to the former Pfizer global headquarters on East 42nd Street. Right, and you've got this massive building that's currently undergoing the largest office to apartment conversion in New York City history. I mean, we're talking like 1,600 future units. But then you had construction workers suddenly noticing something terrifying. Two massive steel support columns completely buckled on the 21st and 22nd floors. It caused a chain reaction where floors 21 through 26 are now visibly sagging inside. And then you have it getting worse because FDNY Chief John Esposito, he came out and said that they've deployed high-tech sensors and they're detecting continual movement in the building. So you've got it actively shifting fractions of an inch, meaning that it's still incredibly unstable. And because of that, officials have evacuated at least 9 surrounding buildings, including a hotel, businesses, and even a school with 400 students. Even entire city blocks have been cut off from traffic, causing complete chaos. And well, now you have officials saying because it's a steel frame building, a total catastrophic pileup collapse, that's unlikely. A major mid-building localized cave-in, that's still a very real danger, with local authorities already claiming that it was the developer's fault for doing excavations that were beyond what was approved. So from here, you got the city hoping to avoid disaster, and they're already bringing in emergency beams to try and take the load off of the building. But really from there, right now, you don't know if it can be salvaged or it's gonna have to undergo a controlled demolition. You've got this 37-story Manhattan skyscraper.
I swear I'm not LARPing. I swear I'm not LARPing.
No, you're not. I gotta get my fucking.
I'm not LARPing. I'm not LARPing. It's not. Yeah, I did it. It's working. It's true. Holy shit! Yo, you have such good options with Iron Fist. It's disgusting. This is disgusting. Oh, I miss this. I miss this feeling. He flies. I swear I'm not LARPing. I swear I'm not LARPing.
No, you're not. You're 100%.
I'm not LARPing. I'm not LARPing. It's not. Yeah, I did it. It's working. It's true. Holy shit! Yo, you have such good options with Iron Fist. It's disgusting.
But you fail. But you fail.
Oh no! Is there anything I can do? Can I try again?
You know what? I'll ask you a question. If you can answer this one right, I'll let you pass.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, listen, right? Listen carefully.
Alright.
There's an old man and there's a young kid at the light. So what do you hear first?
The old man, suppose, because the young kid has the whole life.
No! You hit the brakes! But you fail.
That should never get
boy
old.
Doing women's hair, and now he's famous. So he was born in New York, raised in Kingston, Jamaica, where dance hall birthed his passion. The rudest gal them, they had to look good. So they came into the salon that his aunt worked at, and that 6-year-old boy was there to assist.
Jawara.
By 8 years old, he was able to fully roller set a head. At 10, he's back in New York doing his sister's hair. At 17, he's in Florida with a cousin who has salons. And there were his first paid clients. He was like, oh, let's do this shit. Plot twist, he's back in New York and he's like, no, that. I want to do fashion merchandising, and he studies at FIT. But how you think he was paying for school? I'll let you guess. If you said doing hair, correct. If you said he was doing hair to the point he was making 6 figures, you also correct as well. Gets a merchandising job. The merchandising job only pays a quarter of those 6 figures. Okay, let's go back to doing hair. Fashion hair specifically. He starts to assist some of the best in the industry. And because of that, his first backstage runway job was a Marc Jacobs show. There's a lot of power in a name, and a lot of people were speaking his. You heard about Jawara? Models would call him to their room to get their extensions refreshed. Remember him being in the salon, making sure the girls look good? See the thread here? Have you heard about Jawara? Things escalated. His first major client was FKA Twigs. Then he became Solange's go-to. He's responsible for this. Love this. And I said, what? Things escalated. His hair artistry has been in vogue globally. He's done work on runways near and far. And Echelon Noir Productions? It's the new
You're not part of the group.
Hey, it's me.
Prove it.
You're a
Okay.
Everybody get out of here.
What is it? I can't move.
My brothers, welcome. And you, let's point those claws of yours in a safer direction. You better close your eyes.
Storm, fry him.
A bolt of lightning into a huge copper conductor. I thought you lived at a school. Why do none of you understand what I'm trying to do? Those people down there, they control our fate and the fate of every other mutant.
You're so full of shit. If you were really so righteous, it'd be you in that thing.
Help! Somebody help me!
You're not part of the group.
These 4 people were just caught holding 16 kids isolated in a 12-foot by 12-foot room, and the only reason that the police caught them is because they were serving an indecent exposure warrant against this guy. And that's just the start. It gets crazier.
He was being served for indecent exposure. Even the dad, this looks straight out of fucking Resident Evil, bitch. This looks straight out of fucking Resident Evil. If y'all could see this motherfucker face, he looks insane. He looks fucking crazy. The bug eyes that go this way, bitch. What is he suffering from? Everything, apparently. I gotta show you his shit. Oh, automatic display. No, that's the wrong one. That's the game. Look at this shit.
Right, you've got all of this happening in a small town in Ohio where prosecutors were just caught holding.
They look sickly to the highest degree. They're all pale as fuck. Oh my God.
16 kids isolated in a 12-foot by 12-foot room, and the only reason that the police
This
caught
is
them was because
disgusting.
they were serving an indecent exposure warrant against this guy. And that's just the start. It gets crazier. Right, you've got all of this happening in a small town in Ohio where prosecutors have described them as a pair of grandparents and parents, but it's unclear if the younger woman on the top right, Elizabeth Siders, gave birth to all 16 kids. Kids who were aged between anywhere from 18 months to 18 years. But we know that she got married at 15 and she's 33 now. And as far as the kids, the authorities saying they look like almost feral animals, and most of our livestock was kept in better conditions. You also had Ohio's AG adding, I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. Because in addition to being locked in that room for 4 years, you had it apparently just piled high with human feces. And there's also even a reason for you to think this might have been going on for even longer. Prosecutors are claiming that these 4 have been routinely moving around Ohio since 2008 to avoid setting up government and medical records for the kids. So what we do know right now is that the 18-year-old is being described as developmentally disabled and unable to write her own name. Several other kids are unable to speak. So now you have 7 of them being taken to hospitals, another 2 flown to level 1 trauma centers. And if the people responsible for this are found guilty, though right now all 4 have pled not guilty, they each face a maximum of 192 years in prison. So for now, follow to stay in the loop. These 4 people were just caught
Yeah, they
holding
need to go to
16
jail.
kids isolated
They
in a
must
12-foot
serve
by
time.
12-foot room. And the
That
only
is-
reason that the police caught them is because they were serving an indecent exposure warrant against this guy. And that's just the start. It gets crazier.
Oh my God.
His bones hadn't been so
I'm gonna
healthy
go
and
make
dense.
me
the bullet could have
Taco
gone
Bowl
through
real
and,
quick.
and killed somebody else.
Why are you laughing? That seems like a perfectly valid. Why is that funny? What? I don't understand. He was carrying the flame and he has magic bones. That seems normal to me. That seems not like a far-fetched conspiracy theory.
Whatever. In any case,
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a big advocate for drinking raw milk.
the bullet is not a match. It's not, I guess, conclusively a mismatch. It's just inconclusive, but maybe more conclusively not than otherwise. So the FBI has decided to do something called bullet-lead analysis. I think that's what it's called. It's a type of very, very high-tech test that was invented basically in 1963 and pulled out right for the Kennedy assassination. It was invented at a defense contractor that actually was in a lot of trouble during the Kennedy administration, and that's is the center of a lot of Kennedy conspiracy theories.
Do you think Gabe could play a less thank you. I mean, I want him to hang out with us definitely, but yeah.
Gabe, stop! Please stop. Sorry.
Thanks, Gabe.
It's so funny because I like tune out their sounds. So bullet-lead analysis hasn't been used. It was finally discarded by the FBI in 2005 officially after a really long National Academy of the Sciences study into this form. It had been used in thousands of cases, and a lot of people were getting exonerated by DNA evidence. So they did a study and they officially threw out bullet-lead analysis. They said there's really it's complete junk science. Like, it's a very high-tech mode of junk science, because there was this idea that you could use radio isotope some sort of electron reader to pinpoint where a bullet had come from, like what box of bullets a bullet fragment had come from. It was very again, voodoo science. But it was never, really audited until the early 2000s. They threw it out. They never used it again, as far as anyone knew, until Charlie Kirk. And when I called up the Innocence Project, I said, so do you have anyone who's got any, expertise on bullet-lead analysis? And the guy who answered the phone was like, "Are they dragging out that again? Are they really dragging that out again? What is this for?" And I said, "Oh, Charlie Kirk assassination." And the guy on the other line, who didn't want to be named, said, "Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure they invented that for the JFK assassination." So there you go. They're using bullet-lead analysis. We don't really know. It's the case against. I do not see how the case against Tyler Robinson has any validity whatsoever. And there are stories I know about this specific sheriff's department, the Utah County Sheriff's Department, stuff that they have been involved in the recent past that is completely mind-blowing.
If you were watching this later on and you want to see the full chat with Mo, where we get into like literally who killed Charlie Kirk or who didn't kill Charlie Kirk, you can find that at patreon.com/The Katie Halper Show. Again,
Nice. Speculation regarding the new footage? No. That's just speculation, right? Oh my god, someone said up close and Kirksonal. Bro, he literally flinches. Look. That's crazy. That is absolutely it. No one has seen it yet.
We've had people escape from fires and then go back.
I had to go back because I wasn't here for that last part.
He,
how the case to like literally who killed Charlie Kirk or who didn't kill Charlie.
Bro, he literally flinches. Look, that's crazy. Speculation regarding the new footage? No. No. That's just speculation, right? Oh my God. Someone said up close and Kirksonal. Bro, he literally flinches. Look, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's literally pulling to that.
Did you know a common fruit inspired the scariest villains in Alien Force? The hybrid were actually dying out for a terrifying reason. These aliens believed they were the purest species in the universe. But here's the thing. Their obsession with genetic purity led to generations of severe inbreeding. This completely destroyed their immune systems and left the entire Atasian race sterile. Realizing they were going extinct, they launched a massive universal genocide campaign. They refused to let inferior species outlive them. To avoid touching anyone, they used xenocyte parasites to turn humans into DNA aliens to do their dirty work. But here's the twist. Dwayne McDuffie actually based their genetic decay on real-world bananas. Just like the hybrid, bananas suffer from a total lack of genetic diversity. At the end of War of the Worlds Part 2, Ben spliced their DNA with random aliens. And that says everything. Did you know a common fruit inspired the scariest villains in Alien Force? The hybrid were actually dying out. Bananas suffer War of the Worlds Part 2. Ben spliced their DNA with random aliens. And that says everything. Did you know a common fruit...
We got AI Ben 10 channels before we got GTA 6.
This is why I never do.
Fine, right? But nobody's in office or doing anything at the moment. But constantly, I've been having players, even me, have issues where I can't access the crown top. And anytime I sell something in the bazaar, it goes into the void, and you don't even get your gold. So I'm gonna work on this pet or as many covers your entire screen, so you can't even do anything. So imagine if you're in a fight, or what's it called? You're doing gold key gate or something like that, right? And you're in the zone where that player is as well. So for example, if I'm sitting in, I don't know, the commons, and randomly a person in the commons that is doing these cheats or doing these things with the packets, they can grab my player ID, and then now they just have my player ID, right? So I'm kind of screwed, right? Everything in the game has an ID, right? So once they have your ID, they can just nonstop send you this message of, hey, leave the adventure party, leave the adventure party, leave the adventure party. And guess what? There's nothing you can really do about it till that player stops doing that thing. So it's been affecting Sauce. I think he got really upset on his stream, which is completely valid, right? And it affected Stormy, and you know, he got upset too. So it's been affecting a lot of players for streaming sake.
Well, I'm not playing Wizard 101 for a minute. Y'all got hackers running that shit again, and they pulling player IDs. Now, imagine they could do it to ban somebody. But they're doing it to grief streamers. Got to be a white person. We'll say it already. White people have been a menace on this fucking country. They like ruining everybody's fun. If they can't have fun, they won't let anybody. So I definitely believe it's a fucking cracker doing a shit.
But like I said, I don't know if it's affecting players that are just casually just roaming around, doing their own thing. It seems like this might be players that are, you know, in the PvP community. That's what it seems like. I mean, hey, there's a couple reasons why I don't do PvP, and lo and behold, this is one of them, right? You find, you know, not everyone's a bad apple in the PvP community, but you might encounter some people who are just purposely just ruin the fun for you on Wiz. So I'd be careful doing that stuff. And it seems like this person is just going stream to stream and just doing that nonstop and interrupting player stream. So anytime that you're in that zone with the player, you're kind of just screwed, because once they grab your ID, it's just GG. You can't play on that wizard anymore. I mean, yeah, it seems like you can swap players and be fine, but once they grab your ID again, you're kind of screwed. And it seems like this still can happen even if you're in, you know, for example, if I just go to my guild house immediately. I don't know how exactly all this stuff works. I'm just kind of going based upon what players have been telling me of what it could be. And the logical thing is with the whole packets thing. So it's literally just a server-side exploit with a bad request using the adventure party. Apparently anybody can do it. What players have been saying is just disable your, you know, your player name. So for example, if I go to overhead names and just put none and just have it like this, apparently that helps, which I don't think that does. I think that just makes it so, hey, if for example, let's say we have right here Jasmine Fireheart, if they know, oh, Jasmine Fireheart's on friendly players list, oh, I can just DP to her, and then from there I can find Almond or so and grab their player ID and then just screw them over by just nonstop sending those packets on your screen. So I mean, you're kind of screwed. So as long as they don't know your wizard ID, they can't do it. Now, how they can find your wizard ID, I have no clue how any of that works. But if it's just as simple as sending a packet over and over and over, Wiz just definitely just needs to fix it, right? I mean, that's just a straightforward thing. Everything has an ID, right? So it's just matter of fact of just like Wiz needs to lock in. All right, they keep having issues, and if this is affecting streamers are gonna get upset. Content creators are gonna get upset. And like lo and behold, this can happen to anybody if you think about it. I think just at the moment it's just been PvP heads just targeting content creators, right? So it kind of sucks in that regard. Even people who just go about their day, they're not even, you know, hurting anybody. Some of these content creators are just like strictly just, you know, doing helping streams, stuff like that, and they just out of nowhere you just get targeted. So it kind of just ruins their day, and it sucks. People have ended their streams because of this, right? Because they're scared that, what's it called, it's just going to nonstop keep going. Even after some players have ended their stream, they have gotten targeted still. Only reason is because that player that's doing all this stuff to everybody has your character ID. So I just be careful. I don't even know what you can do to evade this other than just Wiz just needs to lock in and fix this issue. Because if this is a continuous thing and Wiz doesn't do anything about it or even mention it, it seems like they don't mention these things, which they definitely should. Like if you see, you know, content creators or streamers, you know, players that support your game and, you know, make content on this game, you see them having this issue, it definitely should be like, you know, be mentioned somewhere like in the Discord, or even just announced somewhere, like even on Twitter saying, hey, we know about the issue, we're looking into it. Something straightforward like that, just so people know that this is getting fixed. But there's just too many issues right now. You know, we keep going on this rise of like an upwards trend of like, okay, game's slowly getting better, whatever. But then we have issues like this, or it's not really to their extent their fault, because, you know, a player is outright sending these packets to wizards and just nonstop showing this on their screen. So it's not really Wiz's fault, but it's Wiz's fault in a degree where the fact that players are able to do this without having to do much, right? And that's just what it seems like. But yeah, that's really what I just want to talk about in today's video. Hopefully Wiz can get around and fixing it. It genuinely sucks for all the people that are just trying to stream the game, even the new streamers. Like, I've seen this happen to so many people now, so it genuinely sucks. It genuinely sucks, and it makes me not even want to stream, which, to be fair, I'm not even streaming, so it's like, you know, we're fine. But like, if I wanted to, like, for example, stream tomorrow, I have to run the risk of, hey, I have to be careful if I'm, for example, doing Barkingham on stream, or, you know, going to go farm something on stream, because as long as that player can find me in so-and-so realm and get my ID, I'm screwed. Like and I don't even know if that's 100% true because it's happening to people that are in guilds. Like if you just log on, go to your guild house immediately, and there's no way of this person finding you, they're somehow still able to do it, and I have no clue how that works. But hopefully Wiz can lock in, and that's to a degree, and things can get better. But y'all let me know your thoughts about this whole situation in the comments down below. Do you think Wiz is throwing? I know with the crown shop issues as well, and then like the bazaar issues on top of that. Just be careful selling stuff in the bazaar as of right now. I mean, like I said, as long as you see items in the bazaar, you're okay to sell stuff. But if you don't see any items at all in the bazaar, I don't recommend selling anything because you will just get 0 gold. And that happened to me 3 times, so I'm just putting that out there. Be careful at the moment. Be careful. But that's it for me. Leave a like, subscribe, all type of stuff. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out, guys.
It used to be the job of conservatives and reactionaries in media was to advance the interests of capital by distracting you
I didn't get no
with
fucking
culture war
tomatoes in this
bullshit.
bitch.
That was the point. That was the whole reason
I got rice,
they existed.
ground beef, and refried
but
beans in
unfortunately,
here.
we've had kind of, I think in a way you could almost call it like an in real life model collapse. You know what I mean? You know how AI algorithms can experience model collapse where they start basing their outputs off of their own inputs, and they eventually get less comprehensible because they're just they're self-referencing. It's kind of like that, except with real humans and propaganda, where you are so concerned with following your own line that you stop paying attention to even the barest vestiges of what's in terms of apocalyptic threats to our species, we might as well be seeing mushroom clouds over the horizon right now. It's already happening. I mean, every world leader today that's complicit in this global shift will have objectively more deaths on their hand than Adolf Hitler, and they will be viewed by the future as such. Every mass death event, every war, every genocide in pre-climate collapse history will be viewed as a marginal historical note, a rounding error in comparison to the 10-digit death toll that climate change is going to beget. We have some interesting speculative future weather forecasts. They've invented new colors to describe this. Now keep in mind, it is difficult to get an accurate read on weather this far out, but all the info we have right now looks pretty bad. Northern Texas and Oklahoma are going to be hitting the 120s.
Bitch, that's black. That's past boiling. Bitch.
So this is like genuinely apocalyptic weather, like beyond unprecedented.
Tires finna
climate
be gone.
Change accelerating faster than anyone, beyond unlivable, mass death. It is thankfully Oklahoma, and they do deserve this, but like it's still a little. Oh yeah, forgot. It's a little bad. Yeah, it's a little bad. Yeah, that's 49 degrees Celsius, which is a lot. And these are temperatures typically you see in Death Valley, the Gobi Desert, the Sahara. The difference is that unlike those places, these places have humidity. So yeah, no, it's really, really bad. Yeah, coast to coast Death Valley.
It's gonna be
so
cooking, motherfuckers.
Well,
Y'all
if you had weather like this in a
that's an air fryer. That's a live air fryer. That's Mother Nature's air fryer. I'm glad I'm not in North Texas, but baby, that's not far. Them is dangerous heat levels.
major metropolitan area in India, it would be a mass death event too. Like this would be bad for anyone. The Indians would not be tanking this. The poster saying this is a joke post. This right here, that might be cope on their part. What they're pointing out is that our weather models aren't really equipped for super accurate predictions this far into the future, but this is the kind of thing you want to warn people about. See, that's the problem. Our ability to predict weather has only gotten worse because we've underfunded the NOAA, but at the same time, you need advance warning. You do not want to hear about this 2 days
When
before
it's
it
happening,
happens.
yeah.
There have been multiple maps on the models. The data is really, really bad. Here we're kind of leaning into like a death green, like a blight green. It's the kind of green they give like Reaper characters in video games. You know what I'm talking about? Like Lucian or Thresh or whatever. Like that the lantern glows in the dark.
This is the River of Styx. Bitch, that is the River of Styx. This the color they gave that fucking map. Baby. That green hue around him, that's the color the map is. That's brother, what is that? Brother,
Kind of green. Yeah, it's necrotic damage green. Yeah. And it will be doing that. It will be doing that to the residents here. It does look radioactive, and I think, frankly, it's fitting. It's just kind of crazy how, like, the deep red here is representing the high 80s, and we are 40 degrees above that almost. So this is projected to happen in 2 weeks. 10 days. 10 days, thereabouts. Again, speculative, we don't know, but consider it a huge warning sign. Like, that's what I'm not telling you this is going to happen, because any weather forecasts out that far are going to be highly variable, but you should interpret this as an enormous warning sign. If you live in this area, I'm just going to press the I'm staking my reputation on the warning button. I'm going to say, go out and buy water. Like, go buy a lot of water. If you can afford one, buy an ice box, get some ice in there. Just do something, whatever. I don't know. Just look up, what do I do when a heat wave is coming? What does this all mean in Celsius? Just shy of 50 degrees Celsius. Yeah, dig a cellar. I tanked 107 degrees last week. It actually ruined everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll do that. It'll do that, yeah. Deadly wet bulb temperatures are smothering the eastern U.S. Yeah. But this is in reference to the last heat wave. See, it's just over and over and over again. There's another big heat wave projected for Europe, another heat dome. We're going to get that big
scary.
Oklahoma. This heat wave that we're looking at, where they're talking about deadly wet bulb temperatures, are legitimately 30 degrees lower than what's about to happen in Oklahoma. So, my forecast in Dallas is 95 next week. Again, not this one. This is for the 17th of July, 2026. It's a speculative future temperature reading. It might not come to pass, though it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad no matter what. Some people aren't aware of what wet bulb means. A wet bulb temperature, it's when it's hot and humid enough that sweat no longer evaporates from your skin, so your body loses its main way of lowering its own heat. So if you get wet, it just, like, the heat settles on you and you no longer lose weight by sweating, and then you just die. You just start cooking. Weather.us has a slightly better projection for the 17th. What do we mean by better? Well, like, what does better mean in this context? I'm sorry, I don't actually know enough about how this site works to navigate this properly. What am I? Okay, so here's Oklahoma City. Forecast hour plus 276. This is saying it's going to be like 110 down in northern Texas by Dallas, but not northern Texas. I don't know enough about this to, like, make any confident assessments. So even based on this data we're looking at right here, we're seeing, like, in excess of 100 in northern Texas. But this one's a little bit less apocalyptic. Oh, well, there you go. Now they want me to subscribe. We'll see. I don't think any kind of infrastructure could handle this heat. A lot of people, like, aren't even capable. people don't understand, like, a lot of basic infrastructure starts to fail when you get to these temperatures. Like, your car dashboards are going to be melting inside of your vehicles if they're in the sun. Road infrastructure, asphalt will turn into a sticky soup. Road infrastructure, like casings sometimes for lights, like it varies. I mean, depends on how they were built and in what way they're built and whatever. But like,
They're not.
We're talking about potential.
We're talking about Oklahoma and Texas. The infrastructure is ass. Bitch, we're about to burn.
Essentially like an infrastructurally destructive temperature. That's happened in Arizona. Yeah, the train tracks in Germany were failing at a lower temperature because the asphalt that was lining either side of the metal rails was melting, which gave the rails space to buckle. What's the temperature like in Seattle? It's like 70 degrees right now. It's fucking beautiful. Would it not be crazy if the first mass death event, the climate collapse, happens in the USA? First of all, India's already had mass death events. Second of all, I saw an estimate that the highest estimate that I have seen is tens of thousands of people have died in Europe, excess deaths due to heat. It's difficult because you can't really like cleanly analyze excess deaths except in retrospect. I'm seeing 5,600 listed on the Wikipedia article for the heat waves, but we're going to get more heat waves in the EU before this summer is over. Deaths rose by 29% in France during the last month. Jesus Christ. Just like a flat across the board 30% increase in the number of people dying every day. Analysis by the World Weather Attribution concluded it was the most severe heat wave ever recorded over the region studied, and that it was virtually impossible to explain its greater intensity without accounting for climate change. What if the climate just does that sometimes? airport runways in the UK melted during one of their heat waves a few years ago. Yeah, like you can have airports just stop working because of the heat. That's real. That's a real thing that can happen. I can confirm as a train operator, we have rules against operating above 100 degrees because our overhead wire will sag so much the pantograph can actually rip it off. That's terrifying. You mean like the heat expands the metal and the rubber in the wires? Yeah, it's like these basic things you never factor in, like heat expands stuff. What happens if the overhead wires expand to the point that they sag down and start catching on stuff? Like a lot of this infrastructure was just not built to accommodate the possibility that it would get like 110 degrees. And by the way, if the air is 110 degrees, that means that stuff on the ground is much higher. It's because like the measure the temperature, you're not really measuring like, the temperature of everything. You're measuring the temperature of the air. You know, the asphalt's like 150 degrees, the metal's like 250 degrees. That's because the speed of transfer of heat. Well, part of it is the speed with which the heat is transferred, but it's also just, if you think about it with your head, what we refer to as the summer heat is really just an increase in the average amount of thermal radiation being beamed down on us from the sun. And the
Jeremiah, what are you doing?
There's no reason why anything in the environment would be limited.
See, I can do it. I thought I can do it. Don't do it.
Hecate.
Someone like Roger Alford gets in the way, they make sure he gets fired.
To the air temperature. Like, the air might be this temperature on average, but a piece of metal, which has a much lower specific heat capacity, could potentially heat up way, way, way beyond that. It's exactly the same as, like, if you put your hand, like, 2 feet above an oven flame, your hand is going to be warm. Your hand is never going to be 200 degrees. Like, if you hold your hand like here's the fire and then here's your hand, it might hurt a bit. Your hand's not going to be 200 degrees, you know? But if you held a metal pan up there to that heat for long enough, that would get so much hotter than the air present there, you know? Much faster, too. That's why having trees is so important. It shades the road so surface temps don't rise so much. Yeah. During a heat wave, a road that has a bunch of trees can be like 30 degrees cooler than a road that doesn't. Don't walk the dog without checking the ground. That is true. Do not go walking your dog in the heat like that, okay? You're wearing shoes, they're not.
Why not just get me a cauldron while you're at it?
Increased estimate for the standard deviation of the El Nino sea surface temperature. So you might recall the first time we saw this chart, the y-axis was capped at 3.5 degrees Celsius. Then it got moved up to 4 degrees Celsius. Now the y-axis goes up to 4.5 degrees Celsius, with the highest bound over here reaching 4.4 degrees Celsius over the average. And the median, or mean? I guess it's both the median and the mean. It looks pretty well centered. It looks like a normal distribution.
They
hitting around
cannot hide from a
3.8,
sorceress.
3.9 degrees Celsius above standard. So that's cool. Will this cause mass death to ocean life? Oh yeah. The vast majority of ocean life is in like the surface of the water, right? Like the phytoplankton get eaten by the da-da-da. I'm not a marine biologist, okay? The surface of the ocean being a boiling cauldron is bad for life on Earth. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Yeah, for sure. So anglerfish should be fine. I mean, in the long run, though, because the nutrients they get are still downstream of the stuff that gets fed up on the surface. But, you know, yeah. So the plankton that make up half all the oxygen production on the in the world are just going to die? I mean, like, eventually. Yeah. Some of them. Doesn't it also acidify the ocean? Yes. But this is actually, believe it or not the worst chart that I have access to right now. This is a sea surface temperature chart year by year, standard deviations from the mean as estimated from 1991 to 2020. So the mean here is calculated still in a post-industrial context, not the mean from 100 years ago, but the mean from 1991 to 2020. Now, if you take a careful look at the red line over here, which represents sea surface temperature standard deviations from the mean for the year of our Lord 2026, you might notice that it's looking real bad. It's already here, folks. I mean, in terms of apocalyptic threats to our species, we might as well be seeing mushroom clouds over the horizon right now. It's already happening. In a sane world right now, like every government would be declaring martial law and would be requisitioning factories for the mass production of every possible good and service that could be used to alleviate the yeah, it would be like a global war against whatever the outcomes of this are going to be in a sane world. We don't live in a sane world, as I said in great exhausting detail in the previous stream. The irrationality of capitalism is greater in its power than their curses. Can you delay it until I get my degree? No, this is happening like way faster than anyone expected, basically. Well, not anyone. There were some very pessimistic climate scientists back 20 years ago who estimated this, but by and large, the pace with which everything is getting worse is increasing much faster than anyone expected. But than the average expectation. Anyway, yeah, guys, who knows how far up this is going to go, right? Maybe we hit 4 degrees standard deviation. We've already never hit 3 before. It's never been even close to this bad before. We're a full standard deviation above the highest previous range for this time period. But, you know, Mark Carney doesn't care about climate change anymore. Mark Carney is and always was a neoliberal banker. His only selling point in the context of like the global resurgence of fascism is that he's A, marginally competent, and B, doesn't like Trump because Trump disrupts the corporate world order. But remember, climate change is not a product of like modern 2026 style oligarchs. It's not Elon Musk, you know? It's the corporates. So as much as people might frame things between like the crazy Trump MAGA types versus the more sensible, sane, neoconservative pre-Trump Republican Party types, remember, it's the latter group that did this. It's a joke article. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that Mark Carney did not literally say this. I assume they were merely referring to a sentence. Like I figured that. There will be many Jan 6s in the future for people like this. Our kids will be leaders like Mark Carney.
Oracles guide me.
I mean, every world leader today that's complicit in this global shift will have objectively more deaths on their hand than Adolf Hitler. And they will be viewed by the people. Every mass death event, every war, every genocide in climate collapse history will be viewed as a marginal historical note, a rounding error in comparison to the, you know, the 10 climate changes, possibly 11 given enough time. Like everything else is going to be around. No one's even going to bother. They're going to be like, well, who cares? Yeah, the Black Book was under attack. Obama did it. Biden did it. Yeah, I mean, every leader is complicit in this. This is not just a Trump thing or whatever. The sensible adult in the room approach from the Democrats has not been nearly. This is and always has been a war effort. How often do you even hear Democrats talk about the climate? You know, the problem is that on a fundamental level, and I apologize for sounding like a Twitter leftist here, but it is unfortunately factually correct. The problem here is that the only solution would be to either severely regulate or dismantle capitalism, and in either case, and let's not even speculate on how difficult that would be structurally. I'm not one of those people who think you can just flip a switch and do a revolution, okay? I don't think that's hard. Historically, revolutions have led to a decrease, not increase, in the standard quality of living. However, even if we were to assume such a thing was possible and remotely feasible, you would have to war against the capital class. There would be a massive global war for supremacy over the earth between people who want to acknowledge the existence and severity of climate change and people who will use every tool at their disposal I'm
heading up middle right
now. To silence the previous group. It would not be good, you know? Every single climate change talking point would be obfuscated in an infinite hail of cultured talking points. Race, war, gender ideology. They would distract people with anything and everything. To a large extent, that's what's happened, you know? Transgender people have been around for ages, but everyone started talking about those damn bathroom bans like a decade ago. Why? Well, you have to get people to talk about something.
Under attack.
Everything. It's like that with everything, you know? Who knows if there was ever a different path. Epstein and Peter Thiel as well. It is true that all of this is happening just with Epstein. I assume he would have first been live at this point and not have been like...
Zeus is missing middle.
But, you know, you get it. How often do them still talk about the thing nobody pays attention to? Well, it's kind of a circular problem because nobody pays attention to it because, like, we don't have a massive political body non-stop advocating for it. Again, to be clear, climate change right now poses a greater threat to the United States of America than any foreign military
under
ever
attack.
has. The Nazi Germany did not pose as much of a threat to Western Europe as climate change was. To put this, like, unambiguously, if there were two timelines, one where the Nazis won after World War II and one where the climate plays out exactly the way it is right now.
Thanatos is in the left jungle.
They were not exactly environmentalists, but I'm trying to frame it as like greater immediate threat.
Counter their curses.
By a lot. Like, we're talking about a greater threat to every living thing on Earth than anything that has ever happened before. Nuclear apocalypse probably would lead to a lower death. It's unimaginably important. But we were able to successfully redirect national discourse on foreign policy and security after 9/11, despite 9/11 killing, statistically speaking, in the context of the climate class, 9/11 is literally a rounding error in comparison to what's about to happen. The heat wave in Europe 2 weeks ago killed more than twice as many people. I mean, I'm sorry for being like the billionth person to tell you we're not taking it seriously enough, but we might be past the point. We might be past it a little bit. You did have Al Gore. Al Gore winning in 2000, sorry, not just winning, but having been inaugurated, would have made a significant difference, I think, but Al Gore would not have been able to turn back the clock on global capitalism. Unfortunately, we're talking about a systematic issue, not just like who's president. You know? Wasn't Hitler big on animal protection? Not even a little bit. He was personally a vegetarian, but the Nazi Germany was utterly uninterested in anything ecological. Not surprising because they also didn't care about humans. The general rule of ideology that doesn't care about humans probably also doesn't care about animals. Just in general, you know, it's a good, like, heuristic. What do you think Europe should do? Dog, it's over. AC has nothing to do with it. The temperatures that we're about to be subjected to have nothing to do with air conditioning. Do you think air conditioning is going to save you here when the asphalt outside is melting and power lines are collapsing and there's wildfires encroaching? AC has nothing to do. AC is like a mild distraction, a temporary quality of life increase in the face of the apocalypse. You know, it's like having a radiation suit if all the nukes went off. Like, it might keep you going for a little while longer, but you know, you've got collapse of the food cycle, the food chain. You know, you run out of food, you run out of water. You still have to drink the water, buddy. Your radiation suit's not going to, you know, de-irradiate the water you. It feels comfortable for a while, but eventually history's going to catch up. Oh yeah, like the energy grid even going to fucking survive these temperatures. They were already having energy grid collapses over in the eastern United States during the recent heat wave. Hey, the energy grid's not going to survive this. How familiar are you guys? And I'm going to be honest with you, I wasn't very familiar at all with the small Pacific island of Rota. Anyone heard of that? It's in Guam, I believe. Near Guam? You know, let's learn a little bit, huh? Here is in Google Maps. Oh, look at that. Pacific, by Japan, I believe it's a U.S. territory, if I'm not mistaken. There's Guam, there's Rota. Let's take a look at how Rota is doing. Yes.
Sir.
Sorry about the unpleasant audio, but that is probably also what it sounds like to be there, except like way worse. Rota got hit by, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, the worst hurricane ever, I think? Or like very close to it. Very close to it, if not. Wind gusts hitting in the 200s in terms of miles per hour.
An enemy has been taken.
The higher gusts. It is a Category 6-7. Super Typhoon Bobby. made landfall yesterday, and I'm just going to assume if there were, I don't even know if there are people on the island of Dover. I'm just going to assume, I don't know. I'm not an expert on the subject. I assume they're dead. If hurricanes could go above a Category 5, this wouldn't be a Category 5. In fact, hold on. A Category 5 is in excess of 157 miles per hour. If we took the standard hurricane categorization chart and we continue to scale it up past 5, this actually would be, well, depending on whether you measure by the gusts or by the average wind temperature. If it measures by the gusts and not the average, it would be maybe like a Category 8 or 9. If it measures by the average, then it would be like a high Category 6 or a low Category 7. So the joke earlier actually applies. See, look, Category 4 is 130 to 156, and Category 5 is in excess of 157. So if we're looking for like every category shift 20 or 30 miles per hour, then this would be like fastest hurricane ever was 215, so this would be a new record holder. Yeah, I guess it just depends on how high the gust is. The exact categorization. There is a military base and 30,000 people there. Well, I hope they're doing good. Ooh, boy. Basically no media coverage of this, by the way. Super Typhoon Bobby. Super Typhoon Bobby. That looks bad. Look at that. You see how big this hurricane is, by the way? You see, I mean, look at that, like, in the context of the map. Like, if you scale it out, like, this is the northern Mariana Islands, and then you see how far out the hurricane goes. We're talking about, like here. Like, where I'm circling right now with my mouse. It's like the whole Mariana Trench above it, you know? Got hit with hollow purple. Dial it back, dial it back. Is it going to hit Southeast Asia? I'm pretty sure it's going to dissipate considerably before it slams into Southeast Asia, if it does. This is a good visualization. Damn, that's crazy. That is a good visualization. So this is wind movements across the Earth. I think I see where the problem is. I'm not an expert, I'm not a meteorologist, but I think I see what I see the problem. Hold on, we got like a Google Maps overlay here. Quite likely to make landfall in Taiwan. The Chinese weather has finally been completed.
An enemy has been slain.
Well, forecasts have us in for a rough hurricane season, unsurprisingly. Check precipitation on the left. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll click on precipitation. Okay, yeah, that does indeed look like a precipitory event down there. Oh yeah, pick out the little lightning effect. Yeah, no, for sure. Right? I mean, it's been known to happen, yeah. Next year will be worse. Yes, next year is going to be worse because of the Super El Nino. Right now, the Super El Nino, we basically have like the world's, where's that chart? Too many tabs open. We have like the world's scariest Kamehameha charging up right now in the across the Pacific. But like the shot hasn't even been fired yet. When we look at this chart, we haven't even seen the effects take place yet. You know, we're just seeing it charge up. It's going to be hitting us all throughout the next year. Hasn't it already begun? No. What we're experiencing right now is a massive heat wave. Many massive heat waves. But what this is referring to is the gigantic buildup of hot sea surface, the temperatures, and a band across the equator moving west along the Pacific. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on. We need like the scary colors. Here we go. This is what a plus 3.9 degrees Celsius El Nino could look like at its peak in December. It would be the strongest El Nino on record by a wide margin. So this is, it's a temperature pattern that are charging up for the next hurricane season. So the next hurricane season would be like the Category 6-7 hits New York City and flattens Manhattan kind of. When the extreme winter bring the average temps down? Well, it's complicated. Next winter, this coming winter, is probably going to be relatively warm and wet, at least in most places, I think, because of this. So it's the winter is not going to be that bad in terms of like the cold. It's just the hurricane.
Take that. I still got 40 seconds on this one.
Which means, by the way, that there's going to be even less snowfall in like the Rockies, which means the Colorado's going to run dry. It's a whole thing. Dinosaurs are going to come back. Florida down. It's a bad time to be Florida. That's true. But keep in mind, this is in the Pacific, not the Atlantic. Florida's on the Atlantic. This is in the Pacific. So it's more like Southeast Asia. Listen, it's going to affect all.
Enemy has
Yeah, the
been
lowered
taken
snow
by
melt's
the
going to
darkness.
cause some serious problems with like, rather than having reliable river feeding with snow over spring and summer, we're going to have like massive rainstorm deluges that are going to flood the rivers and the floodplains with icky, gross floodwater that's not going to be usable for farming. So like the Colorado is going to alternate between being flooded and running dry. It's going to be. I think we might. I know you. I think it might be like a little bit. I think like it's not just this year. Right now, what we're getting is like easy shit. Oh yes. What we're getting right now is easy shit compared to what's coming. Brewing Super El Nino makes all this stuff These extreme events are not built for endurance. In fact, stronger than more rapidly than disrupt, which increases the cyclical. Yeah. Island.
Enemy
issued a rare extreme attack. Looks like north and slam of Japan. That's gotta get my Yeah, sorry about all the doom and gloom, guys. I just feel like it's a little bit of my responsibility to talk about it a little bit.
Thank you.
In the Western Pacific, Super Typhoon Bobby made landfall over the island of Rota 5 hours ago, bringing extremely dangerous Category 5 hurricane force winds to Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. This is video from overnight and this morning in Guam. Officials around the territory are reporting flash floods, flipped cars, and extensive damage over the past couple of hours.
Yeah, it makes sense.
All of this comes while the territories are still recovering from the previous super typhoon.
The typhoon this year is bringing us almost to a critical state in the region, and so it's a response efforts from NGOs, people across the United States, bringing donations.
Hurricane Maria was almost 10 years ago. You still see the story of Hurricane.
Oh, no, what's that even
I'm gonna put my foot down and make a strong prediction, though, if I may. The next mega hurricane that hits Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina will not be prepared. The damage from the next mega hurricane to make landfall in the southeastern United States, it will not be repaired within our lifetimes. They might be able to rebuild.
That's what I mean.
Major roadways.
You see how fast that
bridges,
team fucking surrendered?
They're not gonna let the entire
I've never
state
gotten
rot,
a game.
But the scar from that damage is
look,
going
okay,
to
not every single.
last
Every
for the
single is
rest of our lives.
exaggerating.
No one
That's
will be
gassing
able to
my
repair
own
it.
head up.
It simply won't be possible. Why not?
Let me
Because
show
it's
you my
not
match
possible.
history.
Every state government is in debt. You know that, right? People are already fleeing Florida. That depresses the future tax base. There's literally not enough money. The
What's
federal
up, Wrong
government couldn't do
Meds?
it if they wanted to. Even with all the money the U.S.
We're looking at all this disgusting shit. I'm listening to right now Vash talk about the weather warning that's coming for the 17th for North Texas and Oklahoma. But I just got done with the Smite match, and literally almost just about. Let me go to my. How do you find your stuff in here real quick? Match history. This one we actually killed the Titan. This Jingwei one, we killed the Titan. This loss was terrible. The Abwash left at the beginning of the match. My Nemesis win was won by us. Does it say if it was won by surrender? Literally these under this and my Nemesis match were all surrenders. I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? But when I wanted to surrender this match, everybody wanted to chastise the fuck out of me, and we had a lever at the beginning of the match. Like, what? Are we dead ass? I don't. It's different. If you know, it's mid game, and somebody leave, it's winnable. It's not when the jungler leaves at the beginning. If the jungler leaves at the beginning, it's not winnable. I'm not going to waste my time. We ain't got nobody roaming the jungle. Ain't no ward coverage. Ain't nobody buying no wards to place in the areas to make sure you see who coming up on your ass. No, it's just gank city. And I was playing ISIS. If I can't get away with my gust of wind, I'm fucked. I can't. There's no. If they wait for me to use my gust of wind to clear the minion row, I'm fucked. It's not like it's literally a catch-22. And I was going against a Neja. I was going against a Neja and an Aphrodite. Aphrodite was up mid. I think we traded only one time, and then every other time after that, Neja came to help her. So I'm like, wow, that's not. I don't want to do that. But the Bologna that I had on my team literally wanted to be an asshole, and was just like, get good. One, I'm only level 22 on this account. I used to play Smite. I played Smite 1, and I don't remember what my account level was on Smite 1. It's a high level on the account though. It's like in the hundreds. I can go check real quick since I'm Can you have Smite 1 and Smite 2 open at the same time? Granted, my PC might not like it. My graphics card's gonna scream at me. And turn the AC on real quick. Turn the AC on because it's about to get hot in here for like 2 seconds. It actually might not open since I have Smite 2 open if they both use easy anti-cheat. Because you can't open 2 easy anti-cheat games. I can't. Honestly, with the God pool they have in Smite 1 versus who they have added in Smite 2, maybe they added these characters off of like analytics from the first game. But I want Hell. I want Hell. I want Hera. I'm going to show you this one. Video. Out. Low. Just turning all my graphics on high, on maximum on this shit. I wanted borderless window. Apply. Is it gonna show? I don't think it is. I'll just do this. They needed to add Bakasura. Like these are who I play. Yamoja only had it rank 6, but Bologna I had it ranked diamond. I'm not really a solo. I don't like solo lane as much now, so I haven't played Bologna on the Smite 2. Bastet I had a diamond. Chang'e, they don't have her in there. Arachne, I wish they had in there. I just started getting into her when I left Smite on Smite. Athena, Artemis, Nox. I almost had a double diamond on her. Nuwa, I have triple diamond on Nuwa. I played the fuck out of her on console. I played previously on console. This is my first time playing PC. Diamond on Scotty, Diamond on Soul, which the diamonds don't really mean nothing. It just means you played on the god a lot. But I don't know what my win rate was on here. I haven't played this game in a minute though. Dual year 12. Where's my, does it go back further? I don't think it does. Because I didn't play comp in this game. But yeah, low key, I'm mad they don't update it anymore. Like, I got 589 skins on this shit. I've played this game since I was 15 years old. Immortal Honor. No, they don't play it any much on here. I'm trying to wait till I get a god to Radiant before I start playing on ranked in Smite 2. Who am I gonna get to Radiant? I don't know, because I don't always get the role that I want. I'm playing some Nemesis. She's at 1. By Medusa's almost at 3. I played some Athena on here. I don't know how I feel about playing Athena in this on Smite 2 right now. Aset, Artemis, I got them to 1 already, like in the first match. I'm actually pretty decent with those two. Yamoja, I haven't gotten rank 1 yet. Who else was I playing on here? I can't even remember. Let me cut that off. Go back on Smite 2. Hecate actually is really fun. I don't know about her aspect though. I don't really use it. Like, it could work against maybe somebody like Soul. Nut is fun too. With the root, and she gets a teleport. Her movement is like I like moving around with her. And Nox too. I love playing with Nox. I miss I could play with her right now. You play Bacchus? Bacchus isn't that bad. I think I have Bacchus. I should have looked at it. I played him a little bit. I could never keep his drunk meter up all the time. But he's another one of those supports that are really good. Crowd control wise. I seen somebody play Ganesh. They were running like a majority damage build with him. Oh my god. I did not know a tank could do that much damage. He was genuinely scary. I think I Sheba Lanke. I never really played him, but they're okay. This is I feel good about it. It's really nostalgic. I don't get too mad playing this as mad as I get playing like Overwatch or Marvel Rivals. God, I get so pissed off playing those games too. But on this, I don't get mad. I do get a little complaining. Especially if somebody start doing that pinging shit and the you rock shit, I'm gonna call you out on your shit, because I need you to actually give out some pointers. This is a strategy game. I need you to talk strategy. Get off your keyboard. I do like that the voice chat actually works in this game, unlike in the first game. The first game, the voice chat was low-key ass. It was not consistent. At least this one, it's pretty consistent, because when I make call outs, everybody hears me. Because I'm somebody that'll look at both already, since I like that there's a map that you can see, because I play coming from playing this already and playing GTA Online. You kind of to look up at the map every now and then to make sure ain't nobody near you about to fuck you up.
It's nothing.
So if I got an inkling, I'm gonna go ahead and let somebody know, hey, get ready for somebody to roll up on your ass or put a ward down. I guarantee you they might be over there, and 9 times out of 10 I'd be correct. But I mainly play middle carry support. If I get a jungle pull, I play Nemesis. I haven't gotten a solo pull yet. If I do pull solo, I'll probably play Amaterasu. I don't know how strong she is in this game. Let me see. Does she have the same thing? Yeah, she has healing and movement speed and damage. Divine Presence. Is this one? Divine Presence now defaults to red buff, and when activated, you gain movement speed, haste, and basic attack power. In addition to the original effects, it no longer alternates to gold buff or heals you when activated. Okay, so it's always damage. It's always on site. And then aspects, I'd say work, or at least they have them catered to, or at least how I see aspects working are when you're in ranked and you have I think it still is it turn by turn, like each time somebody picks, then you pick, then somebody on each team picks one at a time. Like it will help with if you locked in a god at the top and somebody picks a god that counters you, the aspect sometimes helps you against that counter. Because getting hard countered in Smite is rage inducing, especially since they don't have the same build items. You'll be playing Conquest? What you be playing? I like Conquest and I can't remember the name of the other one right now. The 4 map, Egyptian map that they had put out with the Apophis in the middle. I like those 2 maps to play on the most. Joust was what I started playing. I was a Smite when I joined season 2 of Smite on console. I played nothing but Nemesis and Joust. Arena, it's a hit or miss with Arena. Arena's definitely interesting. I like Arena, but I don't like Arena. I like Arena because it's just constant fighting back to back to back. But most of the gods I play are more lane focused gods. but I'm too scared to join comp right now because I don't know. I'm familiar with the jungle now with the few matches I've been in, but I've literally only played these 2 arena games. Then I went to a joust, and then the rest have been conquest since I got to level 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I've only done 18 matches on Smite 2 so far. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them have been losses. Hold on. Wait a minute. Loki, that's good. I mean, it can still tip. But so far, I'm on a positive win streak. My Artemis game is where I got the most kills. Only because Artemis is so good. Artemis has a root, a slow, and a stun. So literally, you can root them, use your buff, gun they ass down. Gone. Especially once you get crit on your build. You stun them, slow them. It's literally, you gotta get the jump on her, or if she get the jump on you, it's over. You got about 3 seconds to catch up. You got about 3 seconds. You better have some type of shield ability on you. You better have Aegis up. You better have something up that's gonna save your ass, cause you about to get gunned down. That bitch is walking around with the Uzi. Fuck that. That's not a bow and arrow. That bitch is walking around with a Uzi. I want to get in the Bastet on here, but I don't like. I've never liked Bastet after they reworked her. That's big. Razor Whip deals less damage but disarms bleeding enemies. Ensnaring Claw stuns instead of rooting. And Catcall becomes Huntress of Bast. What does Huntress of Bast do? Become CC immune and Fire Spirit Cat Projectile forward, dealing physical. Oh wait, actually that's huge. Hold on, I might play some Bastet. But you can't recall on the jump. I'd also have to break all of the muscle memory that I have for some of these gods. Some of the stuff, if I play a god I'm familiar with, I do the stuff I remember doing when I was playing. Do one more match and I'm gonna go to bed. Let's cut her aspect on real quick and look at her abilities with it on. Do you only play Bacchus, Meds?
Did you miss me, Habibi?
Oh, that's cool. Oh, the blood is crazy.
Yeah! Run!
Oh, it has 2 things. thing.
Go.
Okay. That's actually huge.
Made a serious mistake.
Feast, my friend.
Oh. He brings them to me. Low key, that's cool. Okay, hold on. I didn't know she did that. You got a menagerie? What's in your menagerie? Who you got up in there? I cannot. Oh, it's a brand new day. It's 4 a.m. Oh no, I gotta go to bed now. I thought it was still like 2 in the morning. Bro, what the fuck? But to be fair, I spent 40 minutes in my queues. Literally just because I was in a lever penalty. I'm not gonna lie, I left a match. Does it show the match that I left? I'm gonna tell you why I left that match. I left the match because I was in the duo lane. I'm running the duo lane, and I pick Izanami. He picks Anubis to go in the duo lane with me. We get to the duo lane. We clear the row, and I'm like, okay, let's go to the purple buff. He doesn't go to the purple buff. I go to the purple buff. I go by myself as Izanami just to go clear it. As I'm getting ready to clear it, I have a ward that's up by their purple buff to know when they're walking to it, but he doesn't put one down. He doesn't put his little ward down. Okay. I'm taking the purple. I'm about to take the purple buff, and fucking Bacchus comes jumping in that bitch and destroying it. He steals the fucking buff from me. And then Anubis feeds to the Neath. He dies to the Neath. One, why didn't you say anything? You didn't ping. You ain't put no ward down. You ain't warned me. You also could have helped me with this buff. You're Anubis. Literally, you don't even have to touch the jungle buff if you don't want to walk around. You can literally stand where the tower's at. You can stand next to the tower and put your hands of death, or whatever your grasp ability is. You can put that through the wall, and you can help me with damaging the fucking buff because somebody's standing in it already. You don't do that. I stood next to the tower just in case he knew that already. He did not. He didn't do either one. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not finna play this. You already not playing a Guardian. You playing a squishy, you playing a glass cannon up in the left duo lane. We're both glass cannons, and I'm going up against the Bacchus and a Neath. Something gotta give. So I left that match, and it put me in Lever's penalty. It put me in Lever's queue for 4 matches. I didn't know they did that. So I had to wait 10 minutes for each match to even start. And then I got two good wins, two good wins, a hard victory playing as Jingwei, because only reason why I was hard because we had a Zeus middle lane and Zeus went 0-9 and then quit the game. But I was getting whooped in the left lane too. It was me and Karin wasn't teaming up with me with his abilities. Like, I'd use Jingwei, I'd knock him up, I'd go dash in, get ready to fucking shoot him up, go stand, jump in my little buff to get my attack speed, start pew, 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 pew. Karn ain't throwing a wave of water yet. Where you at, homie? Come on. I need that crowd control. He wouldn't do it. So we had a hard left lane. I finally get crit on the board because I was literally just building my abilities up from that. And we were able to get the win on the killing the Titan. But God, did we have to work for that shit? Because it was a 5v4. But we had a Kali. She was whooping ass. That Kali was handing them they asshole. And after that, what was it? I had that ISIS match. I had the Aset match with the fucking lever, with the Opwash lever at the beginning of the game. It wasn't, I didn't have to, we didn't wait until he was feeding and he left. He quit first match. But I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna get up. When I wake up, I'm gonna play some more Smite. I just don't want to hop in this game. I'm tired. I'm tired. I just yawned and it's 4 a.m. I gotta get some sleep and at least be up by 10 a.m. You play Odin, Ra, Herc, Easy, Izanami, Neith, and Nuwa. Okay, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. I play Ra, Izanami, Neith, and Nuwa. Odin, Herc, and you talking about Amaterasu, right? Or are you talking about Rama? Actually, I don't think Rama's in this game. Is he? Yeah, he is. Okay. I would say. Oh, he kind of cute in this one. Why they make his nose so wide? I don't think this is his base build. Oh, his toes look terrible. Put those grippers away. That's crazy to have. Maybe, is it my character detail that's fucking up? Or is that just what he looked like? Because if he looked like that, y'all need to fix his feet. Amaterasu. I fuck with her. She's a really good arena character with her ultimate.